Yeah, when the mic goes on, the static goes on. Yeah. Unfortunately, it just kind of is.
Testing 1, 2. The stream audio is still kind of crispy. Let's turn this down a little bit. Ah, that's actually not bad. Nice. Whoever's in chat, if that is better, let me know. I know it's still a little saucy at the top end, but... Oh no. No, the VTuber is the Calligator. Alright.
It'll be down. It'll be down. Yeah, for sure.
Good morning, robot fighting fans! How's everybody doing? Welcome back to our 4th MassDestruction here at the Charles River Museum of Industry. We are very excited to be back here at the River Museum.
Up and come way back.
Come way back?
Don't yell.
Okay, I'm having to relearn all my lessons and manners about how to run a microphone again. It's been a little too long. I'm a little out of practice, but you don't want to hear that. You guys want to see some robot fighting, don't you? So, we are actually off to an earlier start this morning. We've already got 2 robots in the arena ready for you. Over in the green score, with the orange robot, we've got Caldera. Caldera, are you ready? Caldera's ready. And here in the red square, closer to me, we've got the big blue saw of Satiro. Satiro, are you ready? Oh yeah, he's ready. I won't bore you with any more talk, but just real quick, we got 3 minutes on the clock. Both these robots are going to try to murder the crap out of each other in those 3 minutes. If they don't manage to do that, we're going to send it to a qualified team of judges who are going to determine who's our winner, who's our loser. Each of these robots gets at least 3 fights to prove their mettle, and I think these 2 are ready. So, 3, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Satiro is off to a little bit of a quick start there. He's putting that hardened steel wrench directly into the blade of Caldera. And it looks like Caldera got a drive wheel and a side. Oh, he's taking Satiro completely to pieces here. Caldera going in for the nice good on the undersides. It looks like Satiro is high-centered. He's trying to get out of there. He's had all of his wheels cut out. He is free to tap out whenever he wants, but we might also call that our fight. Yeah.
Tap out. All right.
Your winner by knockout, Caldera. And the broom is underneath it. We had quite the dynamic duo coming into the arena last time with Caldera and Satiro, which were a horizontal spinner and a hammer saw. 2 of our more popular designs, but not the most popular. Coming up next into this arena, we're going to have a real good show of control here with Slayer and Master Controlbot. Master Controlbot is in the blue and the SLAer is in orange. Both of these robots have lifting forks. They're going to use it to their advantage to try to pick up their opponent, move them around the arena, show off a lot of control, and shove them possibly into the pit. And for the first time this morning, we might actually get to see the pit in some of our fights. Okay, Master Controlbot, are you ready? SLAer, are you ready? He's ready. This fight is going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots driving forward, jockeying for position, and the MCB is in the pit. Flying back up, but it looks like his forks might be a little stuck. Those little forks are there to try to get underneath his opponent, but the SLAer is taking him straight to the wall. Both these robots doing a do-si-do, trying to get their sharpened forks underneath each other, and it looks like the SLAer has actually gotten stuck underneath the wall. He is forked too close to the sun, but Master Controlbot is going to let him free. Let's see if the MCB is going to regret. But we get a full suplex there, and another one. That tiny little lifting arm is doing a whole lot of work here, just throwing Master Controlbot around, but the SLAer is stuck in the wall again. Those forks have been great at getting underneath Master Controlbot, but they've also been great at getting stuck in our arena sides. And now it's MCB's turn to be stuck completely in the wall, letting SLAer come in and get a couple of free shots on him. Master Controlbot trying to wheelie his way across the arena with a little bit of assistance from the SLAer. Both these robots on our new downward pressure vent. We've got that in there to try to help mitigate smoke and fumes. And the SLAer drives right into the pit. Give him a little bit of assistance on the way out. He flips himself back over. We're good to go. And now they're both in the pit. Both these robots still back over at a wall, taking turns getting their forks stuck in. We have 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this fight. It looks like the SLAer really has all the pushing power in the world, so he's really getting Master Controlbot around, but those over-sharp forks are really losing him points whenever he gets stuck in. They've got a do-si-do going on right now. Master Controlbot self-suplexes and then gets stuck in the wall again. SLAer is going to force him right back in there. 45 seconds left in this fight. All the way to the other side of the arena, the MCB is back in the wall. It's been a lot of good back and forth in this fight, seeing these two Controlbots doing their darndest. But they've both forked a little too close to the sun. We got a reverse pin here from Master Controlbot. He's using that giant spatula to try to get a lot of spirit points of just waving it at the SLAer. 5 seconds remaining in this fight. 2, 1. And that is the end of this control fight. Audience, please give our two Controlbots a round of applause here. Your judges have convened, and your winner by judge's decision is the SLAer. Let's give another round of applause for both of our wonderful Controlbots here. Now coming into the arena, we have another 2 vertical spinners. Both these robots are going to use hardened steel weapons to try to cut through their soft plastic 3D printed bodies. But one of these robots is not like the other. Over here in neon yellow and black, we've got Blink, a four-wheel drive vertical spinner with a single disc that's hooked up to a brushless motor. And he's going to be going up against the slightly more chaotic but aptly named B-Roll.
I think you'll find both of these robots are not like the other. Since there's only two.
B-Roll has its entire body spin, which makes him... I'm sorry about the arm thing. Which makes the robot a little uncontrollable, but a very exciting and fun competitor to see. Let's see how long he can spend outside of the pit in this fight. A little bit of last-minute programming happening from B-Roll. He almost goes into the pit.
There we go. Oh, this is going to be fun.
We should just push him to the starting square.
B-Roll once again showing off his somewhat limited control abilities. He's all the weapon all the time. All right, he's in the green square.
Patronize him.
3 minutes on the clock. Blink, are you ready? Blink is ready. B-Roll, are you ready? He thinks he's ready. Audience, please help the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots up to full speed. Blink not really sure what to do with the B-Roll, but B-Roll gets a good hit in before he ends up in the pit. Blink is somehow upside down. He's fighting from a corner, not necessarily the place that he wants to be. He's about to jump himself out of the pit if he's not careful. And it looks like smoke has started to come out of Blink. That's not a good sign. B-Roll using this opportunity to get a couple of good hits in, but the magic smoke keeps coming out of Blink. Blink's still upside down. His weapon's still spinning. His wheels are still spinning. Where did the smoke come from? B-Roll not showing any hesitancy, but a huge hit there. Tossing him straight into the ceiling. Blink somehow has this entire compartment full of magic smoke that he keeps deploying. His weapon is still spinning, though. Another fantastic hit there from B-Roll as Blink edges his way over to the pit, and he's in.
Whoa, how did he do that?
A little bit of forward motion there. Big hit from both of these opponents, but Blink ends up upside down. B-Roll might be upside down. We don't know. It doesn't have an up or a down side. Blink is once again spending most of his time upside down in this fight, where B-Roll tries to figure out how to drive. That weapon is down on Blink. He might be saving it while he waits for B-Roll to try to knock him on his head one more time. Wonderful pirouette there from B-Roll. Wonderful little toss there from B-Roll. It looks like that weapon is not spinning on Blink anymore, so he might have to play control for the rest of this fight. 1 minute remaining. B-Roll not signing any signs of slowing down, but he is showing lots of signs of messing up our floor and our walls. B-Roll pivots right over the pit again. He's still trying to figure out which way is forward and which way is back, while Blink is trying to figure out anything to get his robot self-righted, and getting tossed clean across the arena by B-Roll. 30 seconds left in this fight as B-Roll attempts to go for the knockout. We do view knockouts better, but a fantastic hit there from Blink. Another big hit there. It looks like Blink has finally figured out how to use B-Roll's weapon against him, but is it really going to matter with 5 seconds remaining in this fight?
3, 2, 1.
That's the fight. Audience, please give both of our competitors a giant round of applause, but especially for your winner by judge's decision, B-Roll.
I would have absolutely lost money in that fight. Never in a million years.
You got
Yeah, who just turned it into a table?
Not me. I didn't touch it. The spreadsheet?
Yeah. Oh no, it did it itself.
Should be in the back. Or it's underneath.
Entering into the arena, we've got a couple of MassDestruction veterans here. Over on the green side, we've got Vanguard. If you look very carefully at our floor, there's a giant gash right in the middle of it, in the middle of the logo. Vanguard was so kind as to do that to the arena this morning before anybody else had been in it. So they get the esteemed pleasure of being the first person to mess up our wonderful paint job. Vanguard's going to be going up against Crumple Stiltskin, which is a hammer saw looking like it's straight out of Mad Max. Giant titanium wedge on the front, supported by these big TPU 3D printed forklets. There's also the CO2 fire extinguisher. Yeah, bring the CO2 fire extinguisher with you.
That's always good to hear.
We gotta get a better table. Both these robots are in their starting squares. Over in the green one, we've got Vanguard. Vanguard, are you ready, or are you messing with your GoPro? Vanguard? Ah, we got a thumbs up. And over here in the red, we've got Crumple Stiltskin. Crumple Stiltskin, are you ready? Love your t-shirt. It's a very cool shirt. Both these robots ready to go. 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Vanguard immediately spinning into the wall. Crumpled Stiltskin is going to make him pay for that, getting pushed back up there, not letting that weapon spin up, goes upside down, and now he's teleporting across the arena, directly into the pit. Vanguard showing that his true mobility is in his weapon. Wonderful saw cut there. Crumple Stiltskin going right into the top, trying to get some sensitive wires, maybe a battery through the top plate. Vanguard's now stuck on the wall, both of his wheels off. Look at those titanium sparks go! Love the smell of that. Crumple Stiltskin's going to try to keep his saws spun down until he gets a good pin on Vanguard. Vanguard coming like a bat out of heck directly out of the pit. And both of them are in the pit. Crumple Stiltskin's arm is starting to look a little fuzzy going back and forth. Crumple Stiltskin might be stuck in the pit now. Gonna reset the pit while both of these robots drive away. Not seeing a whole lot of weapon on Vanguard, just a little bit of a spin there. And Crumple Stiltskin's back in the pit. Still demonstrating wonderful control for this uncontrollable robot in Vanguard. Half the fight is over. Both of these robots are driving just as good as when we started. We're not seeing a whole lot of weapon action from Vanguard anymore. He's trying to spin up, but it's not really getting there. Another wonderful pin there from Crumple Stiltskin, but he ends up in the pit. But we'll bring him right back out. He's got a half pin, but look at that gyroscopic precision on that saw blade. It's going every which way except forward. Crumple Stiltskin really in love with the pit here. 1 minute remaining. Unclear if he did the damage to Vanguard's weapon or if Vanguard did it to themselves. Let's look at that saw blade. He's starting to lead with the saw blade now instead of going for the pin. It's a risky strategy. Another wonderful series of cuts there. He's starting to go through the bolts on the top plate. And now through our arena walls, but that's okay. They're made out of bulletproof glass. They'll keep everybody nice and safe. Another fantastic cut. Look at those sparks go. Still, that hard shell on the top of Vanguard seems to be intact. With only 10 seconds left, this fight might go to the judges unless Crumple Stiltskin can get a good hit here. And that's the end of the fight. Crumple Stiltskin deciding to take one more visit to the pit. And your winner by judges' decision is Crumple Stiltskin. Let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors here. That was a whole lot of fireworks. One of the side effects of having some really destructive robots like this is that they're making a lot of splinters out of our arena, so pardon us while we do a little bit of cleanup. And would you look at that, we have 3 robots entering the arena for this next fight. Over here in the red square, we've got a robot called the Power of Friendship. It's these 2 little pecking birds, both of them with a drill on the end. Both of these robots together actually weigh as much as Jackaloupe over in the green square.
Oh, no.
They're going to use those drills to try to get through the top armor of Jackaloupe. Maybe pierce a battery, maybe start a fire, who knows. Jackaloupe, a little more of a conventional vertical spinner, but with an added lifting mechanism too. They're going to be using that in order to flip themselves over. All 3 of these robots driving around, trying to get a sense for the floor. Power of Friendship is trying to get a sense for the wall. They're going to be able to free each other? Oh, come on. There we go. Also getting a little bit of help from Jackaloupe there, too. in order to get this fight started. Power of Friendship slowly but surely inching their way over to the arena before once again getting stuck in the wall. Power of Friendship, your opponent is across from you, not behind you. All right. Jackaloupe, are you ready? Jackaloupe's ready. Power of Friendship. It's friendship time. Audience, please on the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Jackalope putting up that weapon, getting a loud hit on Power of Friendship, but they're going to do their dynamic duo of teamwork to get a good pin. Still no hits yet from the Power of Friendship, although they do have a very good control game. What the judges are going to be looking for here is actual damage, not just sparks going in, and that might be the actual that we were waiting for. That drill is getting deep inside of Jackalope. It looks like the drill got left inside of Jackalope. Hopefully that's not going to be jamming anything up later. Jackalope's now on the attack, and we've got one of the Power of Friendship in the pit. It's a little high centered on it. We're going to let him try to drive off. So far, one of the most dominating performances of Jackalope that we've seen yet. As they take on two things that are half of its weight. All three robots in the pit, and it's a robot explosion here. Jackalope enjoying going one-on-one with the Power of Friendship. It looks like that other drill bit might be a little more snapped off, so the Power of Friendship is going to be limited with the damage dealing that they can do. But that's not going to stop them from getting good control right in the middle of the arena. Somehow that powerful drive from the Power of Friendship being able to push Jackalope away, but they're now all in the corner. Jackalope using those lifting forts in order to get themselves unjammed. A few more robots in the pit. And the Power of Friendship goes right back in. But we're going to get him out. Wonderful hit there on the recovery from Jackalope. Just tearing the Power of Friendship up. They started really nicely with some good control performance, but now that it seems to just be a one-on-one instead of a two-on-one, Jackalope's taking the fight to them. Doesn't stop a do-si-do or all three of these robots being desperately in love with the fight. Bit of a face plant from Jackalope. Our talented pit operator here is having a rough time keeping track of all the robots that are going into a pit. Wonderful pin there from the Power of Friendship. And smoke is coming out of a robot. It looks like it's coming out of Jackalope with 30 seconds left. It's not just the weapon. Uh-oh. Jackalope's drive sneaks back to life really quickly. But that's huge damage right here at the end. 15 seconds remaining in this fight as both bots jockey for some kind of position in order to get a win with our judges. Audience, let's give a round of applause for all of our robots here. That was a lovely fight with a lot of control, a lot of dynamicism, a lot of twists, turns, and surprises. But ultimately, your winner by judges' decision, Jackaloupe.
Good fight. The V1 hub motors are finally dead. I'm gonna be honest, I thought I had that. I thought I
pair of red robots now entering into the arena. Over in the green square, the red and black robot, that's Basics. And over here in the red square, we've got a black and red robot, just to confuse things a little bit. That's going to be Argyle.
Carbide.
Argyle.
Like I said, Carbide was on Robot Boros. How many fights has it been? The arena already looks like absolute pulp.
B-roll. Closing the door on these two very destructive vertical spinners. Both of these robots, part of the larger mega team, Team Pandemonium, longtime competitor at Norwalk Havoc Robotics. So it's going to be a very destructive fight between two veteran robots. Basics, are you ready? Basics is ready. Argyle is ready. 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, I got a really good feeling about this fight. Do you have a good feeling about this fight? Woo! If you could, then please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical spinners getting up to speed. Gentle hit at the beginning. Turns out they're going about the same speed. Basics doing massive damage on Argyle here in the corner. Parts are coming off of that robot like nobody's business. Basics being hung up on the edge. His tight ground clearance getting him stuck there. Argyle gets a good hit. It looks like the entire frame of Argyle has a bend in it that it didn't start there with. Powerful contenders showing a... Oh, I spoke too soon. Argyle is upside down, and that weapon has stopped spinning. Gonna give him a little bit of a shock there with the pit. Yeah, you gotta get him again. Basics is lining himself up for the inevitable next hit, but it looks like that weapon is gone from Argyle, and he's just gonna try to hide in the pit. We have a tap out. Your winner by tap out is Basics. Let's give a round of applause for Basics.
It's just supporting bearings. Oh, okay. My belt's slipping. Kept stopping. Hey, still good. Is it good, breakfast bite?
Don't look twice, because we've got another multi-bot entering into the arena. Unlike the power of friendship, Sibling Rivalries features not only a sibling rivalry, but two different robots. One of them is going to feature a vertical spinning drum that's going to try to do damage, while the other has this lifting arm, similar to some of the other robots that we've seen. We're going to see if they can't use their teamwork with one of the robots pinning their opponent in Trick or Beater. Wonderful 3D printed face mask on Trick or Beater. I, for one, am unexcited to be seeing Halloween candy in the stores already, but Trick or Beater is really here for it. Trick or Beater, featuring these vicious claws up front, should tear through the 3D printed bodies of Sibling Rivalries pretty quickly. Yeah, they just need to drive. What's going on? Cool.
It's the whole bottom. It's the whole like wood is just like.
Perfect. All three of these robots have driven over to their squares. We've got two vertical spinners and a lifter in here. Let's see if the friendly fire from our two sibling rivalries is going to keep them safe this match, or if they're going to be too busy fighting each other to actually fight their opponent in Trick or Beater. Trick or Beater! Are you ready? Trick or Beater is ready. Sibling rivalries, y'all look ready. Audience, please on the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these weapons spunk to speed. It looks like Sibling Rivalries has gone in for a single hit, and it may have turned off the wheels on Trick or Beater are still spinning, and that weapon is back. They did not like that first hit, while the other one is Sibling Rivalries, shoves them into the pit. Trick or Beater coming hot out of it, trying to go straight for the control side. Sibling Rivalries getting a little close to each other, but still doing a great job of both of them shoving Trick or Beater in before driving themselves in. Magical flipping going on in the pit. Trick or Beater is still upside down. He can't seem to get out. We shattered the plastic on top. Both of Sibling Rivalries are trying to get a hit on Trick or Beater, which seems to be stuck on this corner. We're going to give him one more chance to get out of that pit. Trick or Beater still showing a lot of difficulties driving when it's inverted. Sibling Rivalries really wants to keep him inverted. Sibling Rivalries doing a surprisingly good job of teamwork here. Both of them keeping the pressure on while one of them tries to get its energy back up. Nice short little rally there from Trick or Beater, but he has ended up on his head one more time. Sibling Rivalries is able to come out of that, and it seems like Trick or Beater has stopped once more. But Sibling Rivalries has broken their steel tooth off of their weapon. This is going to really impact their ability to do damage onto those hardened steel teeth of Trick or Beater with only 1 minute left in this fight. And it looks like the drum half of Sibling Rivalries might be out of action. Both these robots come in weighing exactly the same, so in order to get a win against a multi-bot in this circumstance, you have to knock both of them out. So as long as the lifter is still in the fight, we do not get a knockout. Trick or Beater grinding away at those forks on the lifting half of Sibling Rivalry. Very loud hit there. Trick or Beater's upside down, but he manages to self-right. The lifter part of Sibling Rivalries keeping the pressure up as both these robots go into the middle of the arena. and then into the pit. Trigger beater continuing to flip himself over, but there's only 8 seconds left in this fight. 3, 2, 1. Let's give a round of applause for all of our competitors here. But especially for your winner in Sibling Rivalries. All these competitors are going to have the better part of an hour to fix their robots. So with any luck, we'll see that drum part of Sibling Rivalries back in action. Julian's taking a nice long stare at it, though. He looks really worried. He's got a lot of work ahead of him. The lifter half, maybe not so much. It's ready for another round.
This is going to be fun. Absolutely. Those wheels are coming off.
Okay, remove your weapon locks. Okay. Spot you want to be? Perfect.
If you could take a step back, so give me a little bit of space. Like not even
Got the door locked.
space away.
Over in the green square, with orange wheels and a giant tennis ball in the front, we've got the horizontal spinner of Nurgle. He's going to be going up against, over here in the red square, the somewhat aptly named Little Man. Little Man is, of course, a huge type robot, a robot that uses its overwhelming size and reach as an advantage to chew through the top plate of other robots. Like all of our previous fights, these robots both weigh 3 pounds, which is why it's a fair fight, but we're going to get this fight started in... Wait, Nurgle, you good? Nurgle's good, Little Man's good. Audience, please help me start this fight in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! But these robots spinning their weapons up to speed. That inverted torque is flipping Little Man over. He doesn't want to get that body down close where Nurgle can hit it. He wants to stay high up in the clouds. Nurgle does a fantastic rush into the wall, but Little Man makes him pay for it, rips his entire weapon assembly out, and it looks like that weapon is down, and he taps out before he takes any more pain from Little Man. Your winner by knockout, Little Man.
It is currently suction. I'm sorry, give me a second. I'll let you guys. It's stuck. I'm gonna go get it once they're out. Okay, thank you guys.
Looks like we're sorting through the dustpan there to figure out what things are arena swarf and which things are robot parts. Sometimes you can end up with one of these fights where you have more parts than you started with. No one's really sure where they came from. Coming into the arena next, we've got Grim Ripper over in the green side versus Division in orange. Division is a longtime competitor from Seth Schaefer. Audience, if you've ever thought to yourselves, wow, robots are cool, I'd love to figure out how to make one of these myself. Seth Schaefer actually runs a YouTube channel where you can watch him as he tells you all about how to build a robot from scratch. Whether that's 3D printing, ordering parts from any number of suppliers, figuring out your wiring, he'll even sell you a bunch of components that you might need in order to make your own very first robot. I love the conical armor. It's like 2009 build. Grim Ripper is going to use this conical armor to try to keep Division from getting into any of the gooey bits on the side, play a nice keep-away game, while Division is going to try to keep the front of the robot planted down so that he can actually wedge and win. Grim Ripper, are you ready? He's ready. Division. Division's ready. Audience, please on the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots fighting with speed, making a whole lot of practice. Short little hits, but eventually Division goes flying into the corner. Grim Ripper is doing a great job of staying planted. Division launches himself all the way across the arena while Grim Ripper is just staying nice and calm. Getting those little hits where he can. Push Division into the pit, failing and going in himself. Division going right over that sloped armor of Grim Ripper. And Grim Ripper turtles his way back into the pit. He's not letting him slow himself down. Division once again flying into the walls as he rocket jumps all the way across the arena. With these robots still making a massive ruckus with the end of our first match. Grim Ripper's starting to really build up those hits on that front wedge armor of Division. It looks like it's starting to get wedged into the floor, affecting his ability to drive without wheeling. If Division keeps wheeling, he's not going to be able to get those big hits that he really needs on Grim Ripper to turn this fight around. Division in the corner, not a place Division wants to be. Both these robots going around like a pair of hockey pucks, figuring out their new position. Division just can't seem to get a good on Grim Ripper. These weapons starting to slow down now that we're halfway inside of this fight, with both opponents trying to save battery, and Grim Ripper trying to get in the pit. Grim Ripper's upside down right now, which is not a place he wants to be. That giant weapon of Division is really going to make him pay for that. He only got a couple of shoes on it. That armor on Grim Ripper is made out of ultra high weight polyethylene. That's what you make cutting boards out of. So Division's going to have to get a really good cut on it in order to show damage. Meanwhile, that front wedge of Division, which is made out of either titanium or steel, is showing lots of pain. Side cheeks on Division also not looking great either. Lots of holes where there weren't before. Grim Ripper still showing a reasonable level of control here. Starting to learn to avoid the pit. He's going to try to push Division into it, but Division manages to kick his way around. Both these weapons still going, with only 17 seconds left in this fight. Both robots going to the pit, but for just a second. give both of our opponents a massive round of applause. But especially for your winner, Grim Ripper. Y'all both did great. I'm trying to learn how to not pop my peas with this, but it's going to be hard as we've got two purple robots coming into the arena right now. Over on the green side, it's Prince. Prince is going to be going up against Plumbot. Both these robots are vertical spinners. Two-wheel drive with Prince, four-wheel drive on Plumbot. Prince is a long-time MassDestruction competitor, as well as going to a lot of other events. It's always a very fun robot to watch fight. Going up against Plumbot. Plumbot featuring a lifting arm in addition to its vertical spinning disc. We're going to hold for just a couple seconds here as Brandon sits down. Looks like he's ready. Prince, are you ready? Prince is ready. Plumbot, are you ready? Plumbot's ready. Audience, I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock, and if you could, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! With these vertical spinners up to speed, and Prince goes directly into the pit before even getting a single hit on Plumbot. Plumbot driving into a corner, not really showing a whole lot of initial aggression, but turns it around. A couple of cheeky hits in on Prince, really showing a lot of that control while Prince gets stuck up on the wall. But then Plumbot gets stuck in the wall, teed up for a massive hit from Prince that we do not get. Prince is directly behind Plumbot, but just can't seem to capitalize and get that weapon engaged. Its forks look like they're a little too long, while Plumbot ends up in the pit. They're stuck. Really good hit there from Prince, completely ruining the drive on one side of Plumbot, but it still got its working wheels on the ground there as it tries to pivot its way into the pit. Both these robots feeling the power of those springs. Prince is starting to show a lot more of that control that Plumbot was showing at the beginning. It's easier. Wonderful hit there, careening all the way across the arena. Plumbot somehow ending upside down. And Prince is really going to try to capitalize and tee it up for another massive hit. Prince getting stuck on one of the wheels of Plumbot. It's their way out before both of these robots end up in the pit. ending up backing down and rocket jumping. Plumbot still struggling to see any amount of control here. As we are halfway through this fight, it looks like that weapon is starting to struggle on Plumbot, but it swings right back up. A nice rally from Prince as he sends Plumbot into the corner. And both these robots are trying to reestablish themselves. Prince not showing the wild drive that we're used to seeing from them, but showing both of our competitors back into the pit before throwing Plumbot out. That's okay, Plumbot wants to be in the pit. Prince is getting a little hung up on that floor of that pit, trying to pivot its way off. We're going to see if we can't help them just a little bit. Prince using their weapon for locomotion, focused on fighting the arena instead of fighting their opponent. A little hung up on the pit there. Plumbot is desperately trying to figure out how to get themselves right, and they manage it. Looks like Prince might be down a drive side too. And with only 10 seconds left, both of these competitors are going to try to pivot their way over to each other for one final heat-flavored hit. That's the end of this fight. Audience, if you'd give a round of applause for both of our competitors. But especially for your winner, Prince.
Next, we got Ora Boros, Sasquatch, Moon, and we're going to move right to the
Yeah, we're just,
Please pardon our interruption for just a minute. We're going to work on our pit for just a little bit. Make sure everything is aligned and ready. Looks like we are aligned and ready. now in the arena. In the green square, we've got the green robot, and in the red square, we've got the purple robot. In the green square, we've got Ora Boros, who's a wonderful undercutter, who's going to be trying to cut tires and parts off of his opponent, Beam Supreme. Ora Boros, are you ready? Yeah, he's ready. He can see me. Bean or beam? Bean, like Jim. Yes. Over here in purple, we've got Beam Supreme. Beam Supreme is ready. We got 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please have a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Ora Boros getting up to speed while Beam Supreme is going to try to get a good angle to avoid that weapon. Oh, they don't care. They're going to go straight for it anyways. And it looks like it's pretty effective. That weapon spun down after the first hit. Beam Supreme doing a fantastic lift and making Ora Boros pirouette all the way across the arena. It looks like Beam Supreme actually has a steel flappy wedge up front, which is really good at taking those hits from that weapon. It should be just chewing into that as Ora Boros inches closer and closer to the pit. Lots of sparks there from that big hit. Both these robots not showing any sign of slowing down or stopping, and Beam Supreme gets so close to sweeping up Ora Boros into the pit. Beam Supreme having a wonderful paint job there and going into the pit. They're ready. That purple steel matches perfectly with their purple printed armor. Meanwhile, that undercutting blade on Ora Boros is finding a hard time biting into something. But they do manage to get a nice little push from Beam Supreme into the pit. That wedge is now on top of Ora Boros' weapon, but they're still going to try to slow it down, making a whole ruckus in the process. They don't seem to succeed, but it looks like those edges have gotten sharpened and they're starting to get stuck in the floor. Beam Supreme not showing the sort of power that they initially had. Quick pin there to show off some aggression and control of the judges. Ora Boros so far doing more damage to the floor than to their opponent. Another fantastic hold there from Beam Supreme. As Ora Boros' weapon pivots perfectly on top of that purple wedgelet. 1 minute left in this fight. Both of our opponents still going strong with Beam Supreme showing a much more considered and controlled approach. While Ora Boros is trying to get a hit in wherever they can. Once again, these two competitors locked together, with Beam Supreme trying to throw down that weapon, and then driving over the top to get around them. They're still in a corner, not anywhere you want to be against a horizontal spinner. Ora Boros finding lots of nice, sparky things to hit on Beam Supreme. Not doing a whole lot of damage. One final kick there from Beam Supreme. It looks like Ora Boros is spinning down with 5 seconds left. We might have a knockout, but this is still going to go to the judges, who have decided that your winner is Beam Supreme. Ora Boros just making it right there to the end.
Thank you, Amanda.
I also got some catering. And there's a little unnamed energy drinks.
Looks like Ora Boros really was down for the count there at the end, unable to drive back to the starting square. But a count out usually takes about 10 seconds, and with only 5 of them left on the clock, they were able to make it all the way to the judges. I'm going to clean up before we get into our final 3-pound fight for this round of fights. We're going to be moving on to our 1-pound plastic 3D printed ant weights after that. While we don't have too many rules with these very vicious 3-pound fighters, the 1-pound ant weight class has to be primarily plastic. This is in order to keep the cost of these robots down, but also to encourage creativity and a lot of colorfulness that we see as well. Over here in the red square, we've got another familiar style of robot with Sasquatch. He's got this large, vicious blade, another vertical spinner that's going to be trying to throw his opponent into the roof. But he's going to be going up against something that we haven't seen yet today, which is Mooncake over in the white and green. Mooncake is a ring spinner. He's got this horizontally spinning ring that he's going to use both as armor and a weapon, but that does mean having a more complex system. Mooncake slowly trundling their way over to the starting green square. Nice color match there. Whereas Sasquatch is showing a lot of nervous energy as he's ready to take off like a rocket ship. 3 minutes on the clock. Mooncake, are you ready? Mooncake is ready. Sasquatch is ready. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Sasquatch is out super fast and immediately into the pit. Mooncake is going to wait for him to come back up before getting that ring all the way up to speed. And it looks like Mooncake has a little too much speed. The reactive torque from that weapon is so high that it's causing his robot to fly around completely uncontrollably, putting another gash into our wall. We're not seeing a whole lot of weapon coming out of Sasquatch at this point. Mooncake goes into the pit, but nearly bounces himself out. Mooncake is slowly but surely discovering that when you have a ring spinner like this, you spin the robot as much as you spin the weapon, which is causing him to fly around wildly and uncontrollably. If Mooncake could be a little bit slower with starting his weapon, he could probably show a lot more control, but in the meantime, it's all Sasquatch all the time. Cute little hit there from Mooncake, getting Sasquatch into the pit. Sasquatch is now stuck on his back. It looks like his rear wheels aren't quite touching the floor. We might try to give him a little bit of a hand here, or just let Mooncake drive into the pit again. He was positioned for a really good hit there. Mooncake is slowly but surely taking their time before going in on a hit, and they miss and they hit the wall. They're creeping in. We're getting a signal that we're gonna have to start counting out Sasquatch. Mooncake not doing a very precise job with their driving, but doing a great job of going into the pit. But we've got a knockout, and despite being in the pit, your winner is Mooncake. Brandon, let's see Mooncake one more time. Oh, we're not. Taking him out? Cool. And with that, we're going to wrap up our first round of 3-pound robot fights. All of these robots will be back later. But we're going to pivot over to a different weight class, a different division, if you will, with our 1-pound plastic ant weights.
Mooncake was the ring, right?
Yeah. Here at MassDestruction, we have 2 different divisions of robot fighters. Our 3-pounders, which is our most popular class, but also our more approachable plastic antweights. As you can see entering into the arena right now, both of these robots have plastic armor, like every other robot that we've seen, but they've also got plastic weapons. We're doing this to try to keep the cost of the competition down, but also easy and accessible. A lot of these robots are heavily 3D printed, which is a much easier and faster way to iterate on a robot. Some of them also use cut-out plastic parts, but it's really to keep the cost of these robots down to sub-$100. And ultimately, they can reuse electronics from one robot to another.
Two minutes for plastic antweights.
Because these robots are so much smaller and they've got less battery life, we're actually going to change the clock down to 2-minute fights instead of 3-minute fights, but you can see both of these robots are still very quick. Over in the green square, we've got Orangey. Orangey, are you ready to go? Orangey is ready to go. And over here in the red square, we've got Colonel Plastic. Colonel, are you ready? Colonel's ready. 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, please tell me countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Both these vertical spinners getting up to speed. Let's see if something explodes, and it does. We get the weapon knocked off of Colonel Plastic immediately. Orangey's going to try to keep the pressure on him. But without a weapon and without much of a wedge, it's going to be tough for Colonel Plastic to come back. Orangey's ripping more parts off of him, still showing that those plastic weapons can do quite a lot of damage. Orangey taking Colonel Plastic to the wall, keeps chunking little bits off and throwing them into the pit. Orangey needs to get a lot of speed up to get a good feed in, ripping off another chunk there from Colonel Plastic. And now a wheel. Slowly but surely, halfway through this fight, Colonel Plastic is going to bits, but he doesn't show any signs of slowing down. Wonderfully somersaulting. And we have a tap out with your winner, Orangey. Let's give a round of applause for both of our robots.
Want me to fill in the thread sheet while you fill the beetles?
Yeah, that sounds good. I think beetles are mostly there.
Never mind, you already did it. Very good.
Oh, very good.
I would be the guy. Have you seen the GIF of the guy on one of those fish? Oh no, the one where he has like a fish head on his head. That would be me.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that guy that is like in the underneath the boat and is just like walking sideways.
Just like eating it. Yeah.
You're lost. I'm about to be jazzed.
Do you know what it is to be jacked?
There are like, there's like maybe one slightly.
I started drinking so many more energy drinks with carbohydrates stuff. Not only more energy drinks, but non-energy drinks. Like all different brands, different flavors, because they're not intensive to that.
Do you know which one of these robots is which?
No.
The black and white one's Twoface.
Okay.
All right. Now in the arena, over in the red square with the red robot, we've got PUNCH for Punch. Punch, are you ready? Over in the green square, we've got Twoface. Twoface is actually a cool robot where he's got two different modules for it, both a vertical spinning and a horizontal spinning one. It looks like he's going through a software update right now. Punch looks like he's done with the software update, and he's ready to go. Yeah. All right, 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down for this plastic can't wait fight from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical spinners coming up to speed. Punch almost going into the pit. A little bit of pirouetting happening there. He manages to get a good hit on Twoface. That wedge on Twoface is starting to shred already. Punch says he doesn't need a wedge. He's just got those cute little wedgelets up front. Parts of somebody just went flying into something. Looks like one of the forklifts from Punch. Both these robots having a little bit of a tricky time getting traction with all these giant holes that other people put into the floor. Wonderful hit there from Punch. And we're going to send Twoface flying. Twoface showing a little bit of wear. Punch decides it's his turn for the pit. Look at how high he flew there. Twoface starting to show a lot of difficulties, and we've got a tap out, which means that we've got a winner with PUNCH. These robots might be tiny and made out of plastic, but they can give just as much good action as we can see with the 3-pounders, and only at a quarter of the cost, which is why we love to see our plastic weights here at MassDestruction. Coming into the arena now, we've got some smaller versions of bigger robots over here on the red side. If anybody remembers Prince from the 3-pounders, now we have a 1-pound plastic version of it. They're going to be going up against Fury. Fury's completely blacked out over there in the green square, looking cool, looking stealthy. These two vertical spinners are going to have a great time trying to throw each other into the ceiling. Okay. Looks like Fury's got a little bit of last-minute testing going on. Fury, are you ready? Fury is ready. Hierophant, are you ready? Hierophant's always ready. 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical spinners getting up to speed before closing in on each other. Fury's going for a couple of corner hits. before somehow getting Hierophant into the pit. Hierophant spinning that weapon down, not wanting to waste it going up against the walls. Hierophant gets a great hit there on Fury and ejects the lithium polymer battery, which is an instant tap out. Just to reference audience, that little blue bag hanging out the side of Fury is a lithium polymer battery. It's a nice, soft, squishy, high energy density, very powerful battery. And when those get punctured, whether it's through a plastic weapon or anything, they emit a lot of smoke and a lot of fire. And because we want to keep these fights going for you, we don't want to have to stop and air out the arena. Anytime somebody's battery gets exposed, we call the fight, that is an instant knockout.
They're refusing to fight each other.
But support also knows.
All right.
We gotta breathe this way. You gonna change it or?
Yeah, we'll just swap them with basics and power friendship.
Alright, we're gonna give you either basic, we're gonna swap your basics and power. That's fine. It's already changed.
It's done.
These plastic ant weights are being a lot nicer to our floor than the beetle weights, which means we're able to not have to sweep up quite so much, and we can get right to our next fights, which is going to be between Ipi and Haya. Both these robot names are onomatopoeic, and I actually don't know which one is which.
Which robot is when? Which robot is when?
How long is that going to take?
Her like she was like, oh, these are cute. I was like, yeah, I don't like hair.
Do you have to take the top off and do this? Or what do you want to do?
I'd be tempted to say run it.
Send it.
Next time.
Either work it. We were already locked up. Let's just go.
Over in the green square, we have Haya. Haya's going to be going up against... Wait, I've got that wrong. Over in the green square, we have Ipi. Ipi is all blacked out and stealthy. He'll be going up against Haya. Wait, Ipi. Which robot's which?
Haya's close.
Haya's close. Haya's closer to me. I'm going to try to remember that. Both of these competitors are ready. We got 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Ipi's long forked and massive size are trying to get him a good position on Haya. It's not quite working out, and he does manage to get both the forks off of Haya almost immediately before doing massive chunks. Looks like Haya might have lost his drive. He's trying to spin his weapon up now, sitting on top of the vent. Great. Wonderful hit there from Ipi. Ipi's really taking the pain and the challenge to Haya. Just constantly staying aggressive, but getting a little too aggressive and stuck in the wall. He's going to try to work his way out while Ipi also wants to get stuck in the wall. Ipi might have forked a little too close to the sun here. But he manages to pull it out. Haya's still struggling to get any sort of action going on. We were informed right before the fight that Haya's weapon was actually spinning backwards, and they're reluctant to use it in this fight. Even though they're upside down and their weapon would be spinning the correct way. Ipi's staying strategically positioned right to the side of the arena. Wonderful hit there from Ipi. Once again getting stuck in the wall. hangs to life just in time to get punted all the way across the arena. One of those tires is off, and we have a tap out with your winner being Eepy. Now entering the arena, over in red, we've got a red and blue. Somehow they managed to cram a lifter and a vertical spinner into an antweight, which is very impressive with Stigian. Stigian's going to be going up against the much more conventional vertical spinner of Metamoon. Both of these vertical spinners are going to try to use their little wedgelet forks up front to get positioned underneath the other. Looks like Metamoon might be having a little bit of driving issues off the bat. Let's see if that stabilizes when their weapon comes up to speed. Metamoon, are you good? Metamoon's good. Stigian is good. Anna says we're good. Audience, please send the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Sibling is off to a good start. Although all of those lifter arms are completely gone. Stigian's upside down, but they managed to right themselves with what's left. Metamoon's weapon was very powerful off the hop, but it seems to have silenced, and now it's back, getting onto that juicy underside of Stigian. Both these robots staying super tight and close on each other, and it looks like a large chunk of Stigian's weapon just came off. Stigian is now hung up on some debris on the floor, and it looks like that's the end of the fight. Your winner by tap out is Metamoon. Coming into the arena now, we've got another 2 vertical spinners. Over on the green side in all black, we've got Jose. Jose's going to be going up against Red Panda over here in red. Nice and easy to remember which one is the red one. Both of these robots have big plastic drums. Jose has a 4-wheel drive system and is super small and squat, while Red Panda is very large with only a 2-wheel drive. Size isn't everything when it comes to these robots. You can actually use your bigger size to your advantage to shuffle your opponents. I've got green lights from both of these competitors, so audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these drums coming up to speed. Jose is trying to fight the wall, and he immediately flips himself. Let's see if we can get some weapon-on-weapon action that's going to throw one of these robots into the ceiling. Chunks are starting to come off of Red Panda on one of the sacrificial wedgelets up front, whereas Jose is staying nice and tight together. Most of that fork on Red Panda is gone as these 2 components get closer and closer to the pit. And Jose ends up in it and shedding a lot of plastic parts along the way. Jose's stuck in the corner and Red Panda's going to make him suffer. And that is a tap out. That was one good hit there from Red Panda that managed to get a knockout onto Jose. This was really Jose's fight all the way until that one hit, which just goes to show that everything can change in just a minute. Coming into the arena right now, over in the green square, we've got Colon 3. Colon 3 is a more conventional vertical spinner, 2-wheel drive, but they're going to be going up against something we haven't seen in the plastic antweight class yet, Blizzard, which is a giant ring spinner. As we saw with the 3-pound class, ring spinners can be a little bit tricky to drive. If you spin that weapon up too fast, you'll be completely out of control. But if you take your time and you can drive it well, a ring spinner combines the offense with the defense, and it's a quick robot too. Look at it drive all the way there. All right, we got some twin thumbs up there. Both of these robots are ready to fight. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots getting up to speed rather quickly. Blizzard is going to go into the wall. Brandon's going to remember to lower the pit at some point. Great hit there from Colon 3. And a wonderful hit there from Blizzard, flipping Colon 3 upside down. Right before ending up into the pit and then popping out like an insane hockey puck. Colon 3 deciding that it's turn to go into the pit, but still coming out with that weapon up at full speed. Great hit there from Blizzard. They almost go into the pit, but they avoid it right at the last second. A lot of very good controlled driving, but still they go back into the pit. Bouncing off the wall to get away from that giant platform. Wonderful across the arena hit there from Blizzard. Really showing a lot of control for one of these ring spinner robots. Jumps coming off of Blizzard as we are halfway through this 2-minute fight. Colon 3 is starting to rally. Getting hits in on Blizzard that are slowly but surely taking that ring to pieces. Juggling him against the wall before getting him back into the pit. Colon 3 just waiting for a chance to strike, and once again putting Blizzard into the pit. Not a place where that ring spinner wants to be. That ring's starting to slow down on Blizzard. Look at it spun right back up. There's 30 seconds left in this fight. So far, one of the best that we've seen from these plastic ant-weights. Colon 3 upside down. Massive hit coming in from Blizzard. Blizzard starting to rally. With Colon 3 on its head, it's going to try its hardest in order to do the most damage that it can to those soft underside bits. Colon 3 trying to right itself on the wall, but really just bouncing around with 5 seconds left in this fight. Both these robots are almost in the pit, but that is the end of this fight. Let's give a round of applause for both of these fantastic competitors. Audience, I'm actually going to need your help for that last fight. I wasn't sure who won. So we've got 2 robots in the arena right now, and I want you to cheer for the robot that you thought won. So, unloading right now, we've got Catface, also known as Colon 3. And over in blue, we've got Blizzard. If you think Blizzard won, I want you to cheer as loud as you can. And if you think Catface won, I want you to cheer as loud as you can. Let's hear that one more time for Blizzard. And one more time for Catface. It's a narrow margin, but your winner by audience decision is Catface. Let's give a round of applause for both of our fantastic competitors here. Now entering the arena, over in the red square, the orange and gray robot, Handle. Handle's going to be trying to pick up their opponent, who is this technicolored nightmare in Flamboyant Cuddles. Flamboyant Cuddles is a vertical spinning drum, mostly 3D printed, but with a very creative paint scheme. Both these robots trying to get a sense for the floor. Two minutes on the clock. Thumbs up all around. Audience, please. Actually, audience. I need a hand. Are y'all paying attention? I need you to stop touching the arena. Yeah, thank you. Awesome. Now with that out of the way, can everybody please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Flamboyant Cuddles is spinning up to speed, gets a nice cheeky hit in on Handle right off the bat. Handle's trying to get their bearings, figure out what they can do in this fight. Flamboyant Cuddles is upside down. A little bit trickier to drive, but they can still do a lot of damage with that drum. Both these robots manage to right themselves at the same time, kind of impressive. Not seeing a whole lot of damage or interaction. Handle really needs to get along to the side of Flamboyant Cuddles in order to get one of those flips or controls in. But so far, as long as both these robots keep going face to face, this is Flamboyant Cuddles' fight to win. Handle's trying to figure out how to drive upside down. Flamboyant Cuddles going in for a good angle and trying to get a good hit. Weapon's not spinning as fast as some of the other ones that we've seen, but it's still getting nice cheeky hits like that one there. Bouncing Handle up against the wall. Halfway through this fight, both of these robots still getting a sense for the floor and the traction. Before both of them end up in the pit. And we bring them out. Big wheel clearance on Handle is critical for getting over a lot of these holes in the floor. As Flamboyant Cuddles gets another cheeky hit, and both robots end up back in the pit. Flamboyant Cuddles upside down, not a great place for them to be, but they right themselves with their weapon before Handle ends up right back in the pit. Flamboyant Cuddles trying to get set up, but moves away for just a second. Handle pivots his way over the pit, not quite falling in. I take that back. 10 seconds left in this fight. So far not seeing a whole lot of control out of Handle, but we have seen a lot of cheeky hits from Flamboyant Cuddles. And with that, that's going to go to the judges, who are going to decide your winner is Flamboyant Cuddles. We've got one more plastic antweight fight remaining in this set before we go back to our high-octane action-packed 3-pound robots for a second round of them. And after that, we're going to be taking a quick little lunch break.
Sure, it should be on the Facebook page.
Oh no, I'm fighting Sasquatch, who is struggling to get ready. We are fighting 3 beetles.
I'll bump it to the end.
Thank you.
Once again, we're seeing another familiar face with sour cream. Previously Beam Supreme. In the last round, they've made a 1-pound version of the robot that they're going to be competing with. And they're going to be going up against the vertical spinner of Mini Adder. Mini Adder's got a little bit of a curious weight distribution, which is causing some driving issues. But as soon as that weapon gets spinning, they should get nice and stabilized out. Sour Cream's not quite so concerned. I got twin thumbs up there and 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, for this last 1-pound ant weight fight, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Miniator is spinning up that weapon while Sour Cream is trying to get a good angle. Quick little flip on Sour Cream, but not a whole lot of damage seemed to happen as both of these robots get closer to the pit. Sour Cream going in for a giant lift there before getting a little bit stuck in the wall. Miniator is coming in on the backside, not where Sour Cream wants to be. Still not seeing a whole lot of damage. Sour Cream's going to try to get Miniator into the pit, but it doesn't seem to work. Sour Cream ends up in the pit, but we're going to let him right back out. Another fantastic lift there from Sour Cream. Just keeping that weapon from Miniator from doing anything. Miniator is spinning up the weapon at even higher speeds. Nice hit there in the corner of Sour Cream. Sour Cream taking him all the way to the wall while Miniator is just grinding away at that wedge. You can start to see it delaminating there. That wedge is not going to be anywhere near as effective now. Sour Cream either needs to get flipped over, which Miniator obliges them on. And now that that wedge is so messed up, they're going to have a really rough time getting underneath Miniator for the rest of this fight. Sour Cream almost ending up back into the pit, but they manage to pull out at just the last second. And despite the messed up wedge, they do get a nice little grab there on Miniator. 25 seconds left in this fight. Another cheeky hit there from Miniator, taking more pieces off of Sour Cream, which is really starting to show a lot of wear. Those panel gaps in that robot that he did not start with. 10 seconds left. Let's see if one of these robots can get a final hit. And that's the end of this fight. Audience, let's give a final round of applause for this round of 1 pound ant weights, but especially for your winner, Miniator. Cool, thank you for the quick little break, audience. We're going to jump back to our 3 pound robots, and with 3 pound robots, we need 3 minutes on the clock.
That's fair.
Over on the green side, we've got Prince. Prince is going to be going up against Basics. Both of these robots are ready to go. Audience, are you excited for some more 3 pound robot fighting? Woo! Then, please have a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical spinners getting up to speed. We're going to hear something very loud in just a second. As Prince flies all the way across the arena, showing that superior weapon speed on Basics. Both these robots still trying to get a good angle on each other and avoid those massive spinning weapons. but a giant hit between these two is just inevitable. Both robots now trying to fight the gyroscopic precision and trying to get a perfect line. Prince doesn't make it. Basics gets them up against the wall, into the pit. And now they're rocket jumping against the arena. Another great hit from Basics, but they're back against the wall. They throw Prince all the way to the other side of the arena, and they're making them pay for it. Prince is a little shaky, getting closer and closer to the roof with each hit from Basics. Fantastic hit directly into the wall. It looks like those extra long forks on Prince have worked against them as they are now very stuck in our pit. We're going to try to let him out. Basics is going to help them out just a little bit for that free hit there. Both these robots are still roaring and ready to go. Another fantastic weapon hit. Both robots trying to get out of the corner. Prince making out Basics, but then taking the pain right back to him. Prince staring at that pit before Basics ends up in it. Prince going for the kill, but not quite making it. Another great hit there from Basics going directly up the weapon. Prince is out the back end. Basics really capitalizing on that and going directly for the kill. Looks like Prince finally got some of the side armor off with Basics, which leaves that wheel nice and exposed. But with 1 minute left, let's see if they can knock it off. So far, fantastic aggression from both of these robots. But that weapon of Basics just seems to be winning every weapon hit. Prince almost has Basics with its back against the wall again. Fantastic sacrificial shot there from Basics, dumping themselves into the pit, throwing Prince hard across the arena in the meantime. Prince taking all of these hits, and it just keeps going. And it looks like the belt has come off of Basics, and the weapon has stopped on Prince with only 20 seconds left. Both of these fantastic competitors are rendered toothless. With 20 seconds left of aggressive hugging, let's see who's going to come out on top. And that's the end of this fantastic match. Let's give a round of applause for both of these awesome robots.
Do we want to hammer the pit back down because Basics like destroyed it? Yeah.
But your winner by judge's decision is Basics.
Fred, make an announcement about your blood space.
All right, audience, we need to take a quick little break. That fight was actually a little too spicy for our hazard. So you can see on the corner, it's a little bent up, and we're going to have to bend it back down. Additionally, if that was a little too loud for some of our younger competitors, we have earplugs here at the front desk that we can give you. Again, we're going to need a quick little break so that we can make sure that our hazard is in ship shape. And if you need earplugs, come see us at the front desk.
Good thinking.
Somebody else thought of it, and then they gave him 10 eggs.
Next up into the arena, we're going to have one of the teammates of Prince with Vanguard going up against the Twin Drill Powers with the Power of Friendship. We're now closing the doors. Over in the green side, we get the magical multi-bot with the Power of Friendship. Both these robots weigh 1.5 pounds, meaning that in order to get a full knockout, you have to disable both of the robots. They're going to be going against the wildly chaotic energy of Vanguard, the gold and blue Undercutter. For this match specifically, the Power of Friendship has put their titanium wedges on the front of their robots. So with any luck, we'll get a lot of really good sparks on this fight. Both of our robots ready. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Vanguard not quite spinning up as fast as they want, while the Power of Friendship gets a cheeky little flip in from the start. Those drills are probably going to stay out of action until they can get a nice pin on Vanguard. We're not seeing the same sort of chaos energy from Vanguard that we're used to right now, which is really letting the Power of Friendship capitalize and corner them. Still yet to see any pins between the two. These robots slowly moving over to the pit side. Vanguard's now trying to be a Controlbot and pin the Power of Friendship, but the other one's going to come in, and with that weapon mostly out of action, they're going to try to use the drills, but it looks like they're instead just going to... Ooh, wonderful drilling action there from the Power of Friendship. The drill bit breaks off, but it might be stuck inside of Vanguard. Vanguard not showing any care. That weapon comes right back up, and then down. Before it's going all the way over to the other side of the arena. And then ending up back in the pit. We're going to let him out. Still not seeing a whole lot of weapon from Vanguard, not doing a whole lot of damage. The Power of Friendship is both trying to go in with the aggressive poking 2-on-1. They're not getting much purchase into that titanium top plate, but they're going to try. Power of Friendship is both of them in the pit right now. And now just one of them. Not seeing a whole lot of damage with only 1 minute left in this fight. Attempts are made at control, but not a lot of them are working out as well as people want. Power of Friendship getting stuck in a weird way that we weren't really sure that we understood, but now they've got a great pin on Vanguard. Let's see if they can get some drill in there. Come on, drill baby, drill. That drill is still skidding off of that hardened steel or titanium top plate, but they can at least go for the aggressive peck as all three of our competitors are stuck right on the edge of the pit. Vanguard's weapon still trying to spin up, but just not at the same speeds that we were seeing before. These robots are tussling here, but with only 6 seconds left, this match is going to go to the judges. Let's give a round of applause for all of our competitors, but especially for your winner, the Power of Friendship. We're going to take another quick little break here to try to make sure that our pit is firing to its full potential. It's taken quite a beating with the last couple of fights. That's still not going to slow us down from putting in our next two robots. Over in the green square, the blue and black robot is the giant saw of Satiro. Satiro is going to be going up against the purple powerlifter of the Beam Supreme. Got a lifter versus saw fight happening here. Beam Supreme showed us a really powerful wedge last time, but it looks like they replaced that nice steel one with his 3D printed one. The rest of the robot looks like it's some nice soft gummy 3D prints. Let's see how well that saw on Satiro is going to be cutting through that. Very fast drive. That's very exciting to see from Beam Supreme. Anna says we're all thumbs up. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock. And audience, if you could, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Weapons spinning up on Satiro as both of these robots start to stare each other down and figure out who's going where. Beam Supreme runs right at them before getting stuck into the wall, not where they want to be, with Satiro waiting right behind them for the kill, but it bounces off these yellow armor plates that they have. Beam Supreme alternating which fork is stuck in the wall. They need to get away from that before they do a cheeky flip on a Satiro and get that weapon stopped up against the floor. Satiro telling, or Beam Supreme telling Satiro, stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself. Satiro spinning that weapon back up. Beam Supreme cautiously going in. While Satiro keeps trying to do the hammerhead hits, Beam Supreme's gonna keep trying to do the hammerhead flips before ending up in the pit. Hot out of the pit though. Satiro slams the weapon into the floor, not doing a whole lot of damage to their opponent there. One minute in the fight, and so far Satiro's been a little shaky, a little wibbly wobbly, and Beam Supreme's really maximizing. Nice hit there from Satiro. But it looks like it didn't do too much damage to Beam Supreme as they've got them in the corner. Beam Supreme still utilizing maximum keep away, and it looks like an armor plate has come off of Satiro. If Satiro was fighting a horizontal spinner, this would really be their time to shine as they go for the two nice gooey plastic 3D printed parts on the underside. But unfortunately, they're only facing a nice little cheeky flipper. Cheeky flipper of Beam Supreme keeps getting in there, trying to keep Satiro off balance and in the pit. Satiro doesn't land that nice little toss too well directly on the weapon, slowing them down and speeding them back up again. They're trying to get close to Beam Supreme, but Beam Supreme's going to keep flipping them every chance they get. "40 seconds left in this fight. It looks like Beam Supreme's dedicated to keeping Satiro in the pit. Satiro pulls off a nice little somersault, still not doing a whole lot of damage. Mostly trying to damage the floor. It looks like the arm on Satiro isn't looking great too. Nice press there from Beam Supreme. Gets them to smash into a wall. You don't get points for damaging the wall, only points for damaging your opponent. Satiro flips over the top of Beam Supreme, gets around to the back. Beam Supreme still quick to turn around. And with 3 seconds left in this fight, this one is going to the judges. Let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors here, but especially for your winner, Beam Supreme. Before we get too far into our next fight, I'm going to need a lot of our little friends who are nice up and close to the arena. I need all y'all to take a big step back. We got those chains and those keepaways there for your safety. So if y'all will little... Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. We got 2 giant vertical spinners in this next round. So this should be a very fun dynamic fight. Over in the green square, in the red and gold, we've got Argyle with that giant weapon. It's so big that it's big enough that it might be able to hit the center section of our huge style robot here, Little Man. Double thumbs up, both of our robots ready to go. Audience, who's excited to see these 2 giant vertical spinners go crazy on each other? Woo! That's what I thought. Help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these massive vertical spinners making scary humming noises. Somebody's gonna go flying the second these 2 weapons hit each other. And we finally get our first roof shot of the day. Little Man not dissuaded by that at all. Still going in for these direct weapon hits. Starting to make Argyle look a little more big than normal. Argyle flips himself backwards, almost goes into the pit, but avoids it. Little Man dancing around it before ending up both robots in there. Looks like the weapon was spun down for a second, but he's coming back to life on Argyle. Nice big chunky hits onto the body of Little Man before rocketing across the arena. 1 minute into this fight, and both of these competitors are super cautious, but it looks like Argyle's upside down. This is going to be a massive hit from Little Man if he can actually get his robot into Argyle, stuck in the corner. There's our hit. Argyle's back at it. Initially stuck onto a couple of cracks. Both these weapons still spinning. This one's from Argyle, not doing a whole lot to the tires, but we got a nice weapon shot there. That weapon on Little Man spinning way faster than Argyle. And we've got smoke coming out. And that's the end of the fight. Your winner by knockout is Little Man. That's it, see?
Close the door, please.
What a fiery finish for this fantastic fight.
Take his bot out, but just don't leave the door open. He can take his bot out, just don't leave the door open.
taking a quick little awkward pause here while we're waiting for the smoke and the bad smell of that burning electronics. We've also entered into a interesting conundrum where Little Man can't stop his weapon from spinning, which makes a little bit of a dangerous situation for us, so we're going to try to resolve it in software.
Oh, goodness. Lunch break at what, 2 o'clock?
We're all about our safety here at MassDestruction, and we're just going to make sure that this robot is completely safe before we remove it from the arena.
Safety stack for one of wheels.
All right, that weapon has stopped spinning. We're just going to get a little bit of a safety snake in there. Completely locking up that weapon and making sure that he can safely turn his robot off. Lots of weird things can happen when you're in the middle of a robot fight like that. Electronics can get scrambled, chips can fall off their circuit boards, wires can get broken. And in this case, we're going to send little guy back to the pits. He's going to work on his robot, figure out all the bugs, and we're going to keep going with some of these fights. Wonderful Tron theming of Master Controlbot is back in the arena. They're going to be going up against Sibling Rivalries, the two-tone multibot. Looks like Sibling Rivalries has a secret weapon up their hands that they're trying to hide from us.
Are they allowed to do that? Just completely replace one of the...
Well, they brought two.
Sibling Rivalry has revealed their secret weapon. That is a soldering iron. For those not in the know, a soldering iron gets up to 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And you use it in order to rework electronics or to melt plastic. And in this case, they're going to use it to try to melt through that nice soft plastic top plate of Master Controlbot. Master Controlbot has his big spatula flipper, and he's going to use it to his best advantage in order to keep both the Sibling Rivalries off-key and off-hand. Seeing a couple of bugs happening here with the robots. We're going to open the box up really, really quick. Because Sibling Rivalry was stuck on his head. All right, in the green square, we've got the spatula of Master Controlbot. He's going to be going up against the drum spinner and soldering iron of Sibling Rivalry. 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Sibling Rivalry in their last fight showed a lot of teamwork. Master Controlbot going for the drum spinner, trying to get them into the pit. That soldering iron is getting hot, though. They almost bounce him onto it. Master Controlbot now in the pit. Sibling Rivalry waiting on both sides, but deciding to run into each other instead. And there's our stab, and it's going through Master Controlbot! There's a giant hole in the top of Master Controlbot right now. It doesn't look like it got to any of the electronics or the battery. MCD trying to hide out in the pit, but that soldering iron is hungry for plastic. The drum on Sibling Rivalry not doing too much damage in this fight so far. Both the siblings are locked up into each other. Master Controlbot running away from the soldering iron into the pit again. They're back and they're upside down, but here comes the soldering iron. Oh, right into the spatula. They've punched all the way through. Look at that hole in the spatula of Master Controlbot. Master Controlbot is in the pit with the soldering iron. That's not where they want to be. That's not what they want to see. It looks like the drum half of Sibling Rivalry is really not up to too much. They're having some driving difficulties while everybody fears the soldering iron. The soldering iron is now fully locked on MCB. They got themselves free, but it looked like by melting themselves out. MCB bounces out of the pit, but directly into the arms of the soldering iron, not where they want to be. Lots of smoke are coming from the robot. Hopefully that's just the smell of melting plastic. That drum on Sibling Rivalry is back in the game. Both these robots get locked up for just a second. And MCB is back in the arms of the soldering iron. That is going straight through that robot. With 1 minute left, we've got so many more holes in MCB than it started with. Their forks are locked together, and slowly, MCB is getting melted to the one half of Sibling Rivalry. I think the drum on Sibling Rivalry is strategically just staying spun down so that we can watch all this soldering iron madness. "25 seconds are left in this fight. All three of these robots still starting out very strong, and despite all the holes that MCB has in it and all the trips that it's made to the pit, it was mostly together, but I spoke too soon as two of the forks have now come off and they're juggling it against the wall. But with 5 seconds left, this fight is going to the judges. Let's give a round of applause for all of our competitors here, and especially for your winner, Sibling Rivalry. That's the first time I've seen that weapon work.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah.
Helps that their opponent is entirely plastic.
Returning to the arena over in the green square, we've got the SLA. SLA, of course, standing for stereolithography, which is a type of 3D printing that we don't really see a whole lot of, where they use a laser to selectively cure a liquid resin. SLA, having a great pun, where he's the Slayer, has actually printed his very sweet looking armor sides and arm on an SLA printer. He's going to be going up against Ora Boros over here in green in the red square. Ora Boros is mostly FDM. I've got twin thumbs up on that and 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! SLA are slowly working their way across the arena and trying to get Ora Boros into the pit. And Ora Boros is out of the pit, but the SLA wants to keep them over there. The SL Slayer having a nice little keep away stick that they're going to try to use to keep Ora Boros off their guard and upend them, get that weapon shoved into a wall. But it doesn't work. Ora Boros rides right up that front wedge and cuts the tip off of that arm. The plastic's still intact, but without a metal bit on the end, there's not a whole lot they can do. That weapon is slowly getting up to a faster and faster speed on Ora Boros, even if they end up in the pit. They're spun back down. It looks like these hits are ripping that wedge off of the SL layer. He doesn't have any armor anymore, and he's going up against that sharpened disc. The only thing that he has left are his SLA prints. Ora Boros doing his best to get underneath the armor and shred those tires. Well, the SLA Slayer is still trying to get Ora Boros into the wall, into the pit, into anything except for his gummy insides. Nice little hit there from Ora Boros, spinning the Slayer into my wall. Both these robots trying to think through their moves very carefully, with Ora Boros not wanting to waste their weapon running into the wall or the pit. The SL Layer's 3D prints are actually proving to be highly resistant to that weapon of Ora Boros, but it looks like they might be having some electronics difficulties as that drive cuts in and out. Ora Boros capitalizing on this. But it looks like we have a tap out from the SL Layer, which means your winner is Ora Boros. Now coming back into the arena, over in green, We've got the ring spinner of Mooncake. He'll be going up against the purple power of Plumbot, which is a vertical spinner with a pair of lifting arms. Two weapons means that if he loses one of them, he'll have something else that he can rely on, but that does mean that he has to dedicate less weight to one individual weapon system. Both these robots giving us a thumbs up, which means we're ready to count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots getting up to speed. Mooncake showing a lot more control this time, but I spoke too soon as he starts to run all around the arena, messing up our floor. Plumbot seems to have lost his first weapon spin up, or maybe he's keeping it spun down and just letting Mooncake beat himself. It's only a matter of time till Mooncake ends up in the pit. Mooncake taking a quick little ride before spinning everything back up. He's decided that he's going to be a little careful with his spin-up speeds this time, but Plumbot isn't moving. Nice little initial hit from Mooncake, which sends him directly into the pit. But he's still showing a lot more energy and movement than Plumbot is. Plumbot takes his own trip to the pit before somersaulting his way out. We're still not seeing that weapon on Plumbot spin up, which means all he can do is try to weaponize Mooncake against himself. But so far, all we're seeing is repeated trips to the pit from both of these competitors. Halfway through this fight, Mooncake got a nice shot on the back of Plumbot, but didn't seem to do any damage. He's now having a fantastic hit there from Mooncake. Grabbing the arms of Plumbot and throwing him across the arena. Let's see if he can do that again. Plumbot now has his fork stuck into the arena wall. Manages to pry it out right before Mooncake gets over there. Mooncake, once again, wants to spin up fast to get a good hit, but he loses control every time he does it. 1 minute left in this fight. Not seeing a whole lot of control from either of these competitors. Mooncake gets to a nice speed with his weapon, but it's never enough to do damage, and then he tries to spin up right before hitting Plumbot. Gets a couple of cute little hits there before he goes careening across the arena. Fantastic lift there from Plumbot. Couldn't have executed it better myself. Sends Mooncake flying, but still, that's the first bit of control that we've seen from Plumbot this whole fight. Plumbot goes in to try to do it again, but Mooncake has learned onto his tricks and pivots in for a good hit. Another good hit there from Mooncake. But with 6 seconds left, this fight is going to the judges.
Mooncake.
And your winner by judges' decision is Mooncake. We've got a pair of pumpkin-themed robots now in the arena. Over in the green square, with the 3 giant vertical spinning teeth, we've got Tricker Beater. He's got a pair of pumpkin wheels that are going to help power him to victory, and he's going to be going up against the giant orange wedge of Division. Division has swapped out his steel front plates for a pair of forks, which he's going to use to try to get underneath Trick or Beater. I agree. We got a pair of thumbs up, which means it's time to count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots spinning up to speed. Trick or Beater spins down right before that first hit with Division before Division gets him in the corner and starts going at the top and bottom plates. Fantastic hit there from Division. Trick or Beater's weapon seems to be down. We gave him the chance to restart it in the pit. Division keeps spinning that weapon up and down. We're still not seeing any weapon from Trick or Beater. Something seems to have gone awry because his weapon was working right before the fight started. Division slowed down now to try to get a little more control for the rest of the fight now that he doesn't have to go weapon to weapon. Trick or Beater is upside down. And Division nearly gets the roof shot pulled off and rips the weapon out of Trick or Beater. Nope, it's still there. Trick or Beater having a rough time upside down. Division's going to help him get right side up to take his wheel in the process. Trick or Beater really on the ropes here while Division is just giving him a pummeling before he ends up right into the pit to try to escape. Division tries to sneak out, but we're not going to let him. Division punts him right into the corner and tries to line for another fantastic hit. Trick or Beater now right way around. So far, halfway through this fight, Division is completely unfazed by anything that's happened, while Trick or Beater is right on the ropes. Those pumpkin wheels on Trick or Beater are barely hanging on against that giant extra sharp blade of Division. Trick or Beater still suffering to drive upside down, but Division's going to keep chewing on him as best as he can. Division's now trying to go right through the front of the robot, seeing if he can't cut that weapon axle in half. One minute left in this fight. Somehow Trick or Beater is still staying in it, despite the massive pummeling that it's been getting from Division. Division's now stuck on some of the parts, but he manages to get free. We are starting to count out Trick or Beater. He is stuck upside down.
That's it. Knockout.
And that is the end of this fight. We've got a knockout with your winner, Division.
Seth figured out how to dance without putting a giant hole in the floor. I appreciate that. Yeah.
We've got quite a lot of bits of Trick or Beater to have to clean up here from that last fight. So please pardon our mess. We got another pair of NHRL veterans entering into the arena now with the vertical spinner of Jackaloupe going up against the horizontal spinner of Caldera. Caldera doing a quick test spin on his weapon while Jackaloupe tries to get a sense for the floor. A lot of excitement happening with these builders. We got twin thumbs up. I think we're in for a good fight. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Both these weapons getting up to speed. Cheeky little hit on the cheeks of Jackaloupe that get Caldera up against the wall, not where they want to be, allows Jackaloupe to come in for a hit. Jackaloupe trying to keep up the pressure on Caldera. Caldera against the wall. Another fantastic smack there into the armor of Jackaloupe. It puts a dent in there. But that weapon from Caldera can only take so many hits before it might start to slow down. Jackaloupe's weapon starting to show some issues of its own. And it looks like it's spun down at this point, but that's okay. Jackaloupe still has a great drive, a lifting fork, and some powerful wedges up front that have so far taken those hits from Caldera and gotten him stuck in the wall. Jackaloupe is being a fantastic sport and frees Caldera. They could have called that good enough and won the fight. Jackaloupe has decided to keep this going for you, the audience. Caldera ends up in the pit.
My bad.
It's spinning right back up as soon as they get out. Jackaloupe gets a nice pin against the wall, goes in for the lift, demonstrating a lot of control for that pin, while Caldera desperately waits to get their weapon back up to speed. Jackaloupe pulls away. Caldera is starting to spin up again, but gets stuck right into the 2x4 again. Let's see if Jackaloupe's willing to free them a second time. Both these robots working together to try to keep this fight going. And they manage it. Caldera in the corner, not where they wanted to be, but they managed to zoom their way out. Now back in the middle of the arena, Jackaloupe still showing fantastic control of this fight. Caldera is back in the pit. Don't even bother to spin down. With 1 minute left, they need to start doing some serious more damage to Jackaloupe. Jackaloupe getting Caldera against the wall again. And Jackaloupe just keeps the pressure on. Weapons back up to speed, but Caldera is starting to get a little sloppy and bounces into the wall. Jackaloupe goes for the pin and manages to get Caldera back in the pit. Caldera's out and up to full speed. Jackaloupe's a little shaky on the drive before ending up in the pit themselves. Fresh out. Throws Caldera completely off their game. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the fight. A round of applause for both of these robots. What a fantastic fight. And your judges have reached a decision that your winner is Jackaloupe. Caldera had a lot of great hits there, but Jackaloupe really had dominating control for the entire match, which was fantastic to see. So, a great fight by both of these robots. We couldn't have two more different designs here now entering into the arena between the Mad Max crust punk stylings of Crumple Stiltskin going up against the sleek race car lines of Blink. Blink is a vertical spinner with TPU armor everywhere, while Crumple Stiltskin with its glowing red angry eyes is an overhead saw. Blink is going to try to toss Crumple Stiltskin into the ceiling, while Crumple Stiltskin is going to try to pin Blink to the wall and saw through that delicate top armor. Crumple Stiltskin forgot to take his safety covers off, but he decided to let him back in to get him.
Don't just hit it harder, hold it and move it. Put your hand high and hold it high. Yeah.
Cage doors are locked. Both these robots doing a quick little test spin. Crumple Stiltskin showing that dangerous smacking arm. Got a pair of thumbs up, which means audience, please help me count. Audience, before we get started, I need everybody to take one step back from the arena. This is for your own safety. Awesome. All right, thank you all so much. Now, if you could do one more favor and help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Fantastic start from Crumple Stiltskin, sawing directly through the armor on the sides of Blink before ending up in the pit. Both these robots flying around the arena so fast that we can't keep track of them, but side armor has seen better days on the side of Blink, though. Blink is trying to get a good angle around the sides of Crumple Stiltskin, and Crumple Stiltskin gets stuck in the floor, which gives him his shot. Crumple Stiltskin looks like it's down a drive side at this point. Blink drives directly into his arms where he doesn't want to be, while Crumple Stiltskin goes in for the blade kill. Blink puts himself directly into harm's way, while Crumple Stiltskin now can only flap around with their arm rather than utilize their wheels. Blink gets around to the back of Crumple Stiltskin and starts to bring the hurt to him. This is starting to be more of Blink's match. He's still going in through the front, and it manages to get something delicate and important off of Crumple Stiltskin. Oh no. These two robots are now stuck together. Gonna give them a minute to try to disentangle as they slam each other from wall to wall. Those big forks on Crumple Stiltskin being very bendy. Crumple Stiltskin's now upside down, and it looks like that arm has stopped working. Blink's gonna go in for one or two more hits. Blink's weapon is now eating up those cables on the arm of Crumple Stiltskin. This is not the place where he wants to be. We get another nice shot, and he rights Crumple Stiltskin, but he's still down a drive. 1 minute left in this fight, while Blink just ended up in the pit. Crumple Stiltskin throws off his only remaining wheel before getting thrown into the pit. These robots come out, but with no wheels, Crumple Stiltskin can only thrash around aimlessly for the last 30 seconds. but it might be enough now that Blink is upside down, and Blink has somehow lost a wheel. Blink still has 3 more, while Crumple Stiltskin has none. Still, the tables have turned on this fight here with only 10 seconds left. That's the end of this match, so let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors. But especially for your winner, Blink. Got a pair of horizontal spinners now entering into the arena. The Grim Ripper has swapped out his white UHMW conical armor for black. Unclear if that's the only other color he had or if this is a strategic decision. Well, Nurgle has swapped out a lot of his bolt hardware that's holding his tennis ball on for strategic duct tape. This is going to be one of our first horizontal versus horizontal fights this event, with the mid-cutter of Nurgle going to try to get around to the side armor or that front bearing can on Grim Ripper. 3 minutes on the clock, twin thumbs up. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these horizontal spinners making a lot of noise. Grim Ripper goes in to try to get those very delicate wheels on Nurgle. Both of them getting dangerously close to the pit right now. Grim Ripper's around the backside of Nurgle, but Nurgle manages to flip around. Neither of these robots getting those quite big hits yet, although it did seem like Nurgle got a little bit of those juicy parts off of that front bearing can of Grim Ripper. Nurgle's going to try spinning, while Grim Ripper is still trying to figure out an angle. Both these robots being pretty methodical, but it looks like the weapon is down on Nurgle. Grim Ripper's now around the back, trying to get those juicy wheels off of Nurgle. They're starting to peel but he's still got a lot of strength on them. Nurgle runs away, narrowly avoiding the pit in the process, and then getting it anyways. Grim Reaper is still waiting patiently, but he goes in for a hit on the bottom plate of Nurgle. Another cheeky hit there from the Grim Reaper. Without an offensive capability, there's not a whole lot that Nurgle can do for the rest of this match. Not seeing a whole lot of movement from Nurgle, but that weapon is back in action while the Grim Reaper is trying to come in and get rid of those wheels while he's hung up on the edge. We're going to give Nurgle a quick little helping hand here and flip him out onto the arena. But it looks like he's having serious drive issues this far into the match. Both robots end up in the pit. Grim Reaper driving away easily while Nurgle's still sort of struggling. Still not seeing a whole lot of movement from Nurgle. While the Grim Reaper is waiting patiently for him to move out somewhere else. That latest unstick onto Nurgle didn't seem to do a whole lot of help. We're going to try one more time. It seems like Nurgle's really not got any movement. And we're going to have to start counting him out unless he can move. Grim Reaper has already decided that he's going to drive back to his starting square because he has won the match by knockout. One more. And we do have one more fight for our audience before we go for a very quick lunch break.
Where pizza? Their pizza.
Directly behind you.
Do you happen to have a charger? Like a USB-C charger?
Yeah, for like a phone or something?
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Hey, you can leave it right there.
Yeah, I'll just leave it here.
Sweet.
Thank you. Oh, look at that one. Ah, look at that one.
Returning to the arena, in the striped yellow and black, we've got B-Roll. He's going to be going up against Sasquatch. Sasquatch was having weapon issues in his last match, and it looks like he's decided to replace his weapon with a bunch of random forks that I brought and gave away because I don't want them in my basement anymore. Let's see if Sasquatch can utilize my jump to good effect against B-Roll in this next fight. Doors closing on this final 3-pound fight before we go to our lunch break. Sasquatch driving easily over to his square, but with B-Roll, it can take a little bit. All right, the crazy drive of B-Roll is in position. He's ready to go, and Sasquatch is ready to try to stop him with 3 minutes on the clock. Let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! B-Roll's getting up to speed, whereas Sasquatch doesn't have anything to get up to speed. He's going to try to use those aluminum forks to control B-Roll as best as he can, and so far, so good. Inevitably, a crazy robot like B-Roll, it seems like he would end up in the pit, but he bounces right out the second that you think it starts. Unfortunately, It looks like whatever B-roll last hit has him stopped. B-roll is still doing some really mild spinning, but that last hit into the pit seems like it might have done all of its damage, while those forks on top of Sasquatch remain completely untouched. Sasquatch trying to get B-roll into the pit, but he's finding, much like a python, he can't stretch his mouth out wide enough.
He's stuck in the floor. Just gonna pin him.
We're going to do a quick little pit there to try to get both these robots back in the action, but that might be the end of B-roll. And there we have it. Your winner, Sasquatch. All right, audience, thank you all so much for being so attentive over the last few hours. We hope that you've enjoyed the robot fighting that we've had so far. We're going to take a quick little lunch break.
Oh, at 2:20.
We will be back with more fights at 2:20. In the meantime, we suggest you all head on over to Modi Street and try to get some food of your own. We'll be around here working on the arena, and we will see you in a little less than an hour. Thank you again for being here, and I hope you've all enjoyed the fights. Okie dokie, our lovely, lovely audience. Good to see your faces back. Hopefully you got fed. Hopefully you had a good time. Hopefully you're still having a great time. We're going to slowly ease our way back into some of the fights that we've got going on here at Mass Destruction 4 with our ant weights.
What?
What's the problem? Was it frozen? It's a minute behind.
Yeah. We're trying to solve a couple of technical difficulties on our side, but that's for the live stream. We don't really care about them because your wonderful faces are here right now, live, and we are very happy to have you. And who is also very happy to have you is in the red square, we've got Colonel Plastic, and in the green square, we've got the PUNCH. Both these robots are ready to go with 2 minutes on the clock, and I'd love if all y'all could help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical spinners are getting their weapons up to speed. Colonel Plastic didn't have a great time last time with his weapon getting ripped off almost immediately, and it looks like he might be going for a repeat, missing one of his forks and one of his wheels, but that weapon is still keeping up against the PUNCH. Colonel Plastic is now upside down, while Punch is trying to maximize on that, but Punch's weapon goes down for just a second. Looks like he's bringing it back, a couple of cheeky hits here and there, but nothing match-altering quite yet. Both these weapons actually seem fairly matched against each other, with both of them going and getting decent hits on each other. Colonel Plastic is upside down again, and a huge one there, and he's down to 2 of his 4 wheels. Punch has just punched him simply off. Fight's moving over closer to the judges. Punch's wall is against the back, but that's kind of what he liked. Quick little reversal. Colonel Plastic's upside down. Looks like his weapon has gone down too. And some parts of him have flown off, and it's the weapon. Punch has managed to punch his weapon off and throw him in the pit at the same time. It's a little bit of a rough time to be him, but he's still got 2 wheels and 1 fork. He's going to make the most. And we have a tap out, which means your winner is Punch. Great match there with a lot of back and forth between these 2 vertical spinners. And it's always a good fight whenever one of them ends up in a bunch of pieces all over the floor. We're going to call that a 2 trash bag sort of fight. And again, this is our 1-pound plastic ant weight class. All of these robots are made predominantly out of plastic, which means plastic wheels, plastic armor, plastic weapons, plastic forks. The whole idea is to really lower the cost of entry when it comes to this robot fighting. Most of these robots are 3D printed, but if you don't have a 3D printer, you can always go steal one of your mom's cutting boards and cut it up. I'm sure she won't mind. We're going to our next fight, which is going to be against Sour Cream and Blizzard. Both of these robots lost their last fight due to judge's decision, but it was really close on both of them, with both of them showing a lot of control, so I'm very excited to see how well this one's going to go. They've had a couple of hours to fix everything, get everything back to fully operating state, and hopefully we should get a very nice fight between the blue ring spinner of Blizzard and the purple power plane of Sour Cream. Got a pair of thumbs up right there. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Blizzard spinning up to speed a little intensely there. Lost traction, but he's got it back. Now he's got some control. Sour Cream's darting all over the arena. Got stuck in the wall for just a second. Something awkward there. Blizzard might have grabbed a little bit of Colonel Plastic from the last fight that we didn't manage to clean up. Sour Cream's going to keep trying to use their wedge to the best effect. Blizzard seems to have spun a lot slower than last time. They're now finding that it's really easy to spin your robot instead of spinning your ring with these bigger robots. Nice pop there. Blizzard ends up in the pit. Look at them right back. They're going to use their weapon to try to get out. Sour Cream almost had the hit, but went a little too far. It's now stuck in the wall. Blizzard's going to get him free for us. Thank you, Blizzard. I like that. Not seeing a whole lot of parts coming up of either of these robots. There's a lot of nice, good controlled damage and hits. Blizzard goes back into the pit. And one more time. Sour Cream takes a pretty big hit right on the face there, but still no holes in their plastic yet. Struggling to drive on our vent. Blizzard really likes the pit. And Sour Cream is going to put them right back into it. That was a huge throw there that we did on Blizzard. Gonna see if we can't reset the pit one more time. Just in time for Blizzard to fall into it. 5 seconds left in this fight. Looks like it's gonna be going to the judges. Let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors here, but especially for your winner, Sour Cream.
It's all part of the plan.
It's trying to break free from the
Yeah, we took all the weight off of it. There's this guy Newton, he had some really interesting laws.
Metamoon, over on the green side, came off of a pretty dominating win in the last round. She'll be going up against Fury. Fury lost somewhat catastrophically when they ejected their battery right in the middle of the fight. That was also against another vertical spinner, so we'll see how this fight goes. Hopefully they added a couple more screws, maybe a piece of duct tape to hold that battery in there.
Robot's gonna have a little duct tape as a treat.
Yeah. Doors are locked and both of our robots have gotten to their respective squares. Seeing a lot of thumbs up and people happy, so let's go ahead and count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical spinners getting up to speed. We can hear some mad hum going on in there. Fury's going in and getting some nice hits on something. A metal bit has come off of one of these robots, not sure which one. Both bots jockeying for position and getting bit instead. Metamoon having a little bit of difficulty getting to the right side, but she's figured it out. Fury, of course, has the self-righting stick so that they can get themselves right over. Metamoon's really rallying, getting Fury up against the wall. Fury getting out of there, trying to get to a good position around the back of Metamoon. Both these robots getting a good grapple with each other. Fury's upside down, and it looks like their self-righting stick isn't working anywhere near as well as they would like. Is Metamoon going to go in for another hit? Quick little cheeky bite on the corner. She's trying to self-right Fury. But if she doesn't succeed real soon, we might have to start counting Fury out. Oh, and there's a good hit. Fury's right side up. Does Fury's weapon work? Fury's weapon does not work. Metamoon dominating these last 30 seconds. Parts of the armor are peeled up from Fury, and that weapon is not spinning. And now locked in a nice little do-si-do right in the middle of the arena. This would be a great time for either of these robots to try to shove the other one into the pit. But it looks like they're going to keep grinding away at each other for these last 15 seconds. A little bit of spin there happening on Fury just from getting hit by Metamoon. Metamoon takes Fury into the corner. And with 5 seconds left, this fight is going to the judges, who have decided that your winner is Metamoon.
How much have I been saying all right? I'm trying to avoid it as much as possible.
It's not been as bad.
It's not been as bad.
Yeah.
Because he's been bad. But we don't bully him. That's not his job. He's all right.
He's all right.
He's all right. He's allowed to be all right.
Yeah.
But we are not all right.
Fred and I have made a pact.
South Carolinians
All right.
against being all right.
Yeah, it's a bad habit when announcing to start every sentence with
All right, all right, all right. We need Matthew McConaughey.
Waiting on two more robots. Eepy, who had a pretty dominating performance in their previous fight, utilizing long forts and a big drum to their own advantage, versus Twoface. Twoface has a very ambitious design where they've got an interchangeable vertical and horizontal spinner depending on their opponent. It looks like he's opted for the horizontal spinner for this fight. This is going to give him his type advantage against those delicate soft forks of Eepy. Eepy was having a little bit of trouble with their last fight where their forks kept getting stuck into the walls. Hopefully they've either done something to smooth them out or is going to try to avoid running into the wall.
Just kick it.
Eepy showing a lot of fast performance right out of the gate, but also got one of their forks stuck on the floor. We're going to see if that's going to keep being an issue throughout the rest of this fight. Lots of thumbs up. Both of our drivers are ready. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Eepy spinning up to speed, as is Twoface. Twoface named for his two different weapon modules that he has.
Pit.
Twoface going for a quick little ride in the pit. He seems to be high centered.
Brandon, reset it.
Twoface manages to get his way out, but Eepy is still stuck on him very quickly, taking him on a ride all the way around the arena, and then shoving him right back into the pit. Twoface's weapon doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot. Eepy's trying to get good position, but is getting those really long forks stuck in all these gaps. Nice hit there from Eepy, bouncing him off the wall, going for the double tap. Twoface is in a corner, not a good place that you want to be without a weapon, before getting shoved immediately into the pit again. Eepy slowed his weapon down. We're not hearing that characteristic hum anymore, as he mostly goes for trying to do light juggling hits rather than the big knockout punch. With 1 minute left and going up against an opponent with no weapon, he doesn't necessarily have to do that knockout, but he does have to keep himself from getting stuck in the wall like he just did. Eepy's free now. Twoface is starting to use the corners to his advantage as a trap for EP to fall into. Right before he falls into the trap himself. And again. Twoface really seems to love flying in this fight, as EP has just demonstrated, as has the pit. EP is now incredibly stuck in the wall, significantly more than usual. Let's see if he can get out of there. A little bit of help from Twoface. Let's see if EP's going to return the favor by immediately taking him back into flight. And with 5 seconds left, it looks like that last hit actually broke the drum on EP, but it doesn't matter because this fight is going to the judges. And your winner by judges' decision is EP. Let's hope that he has enough time to fix that drum before he has to have his next fight. We're just waiting on a couple more of these 1 pound plastic ant weight robots. Red Panda's getting into the arena right now.
Here comes Hierofant.
And they're going to be facing off against Hierophant. Hierophant is the 1 pound plastic ant weight version of Prince, who's been a very entertaining competitor in their 3 pound class. So we're very excited to see the 1 pound plastic ant weight version of that same bigger robot. Red Panda coming off of a rather dominating knockout in their previous fight. Weapon safeties are out, doors are closing. Both these robots seem a little shaky driving to their initial squares, but once those weapons get spun up, they're going to be nice and stable. They're ready. We're ready. Audience, are you ready? Please tell me countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these very loud vertical swingers getting up to speed. We've already lost a fork from Red Panda. Both these weapons are completely unaffected. Hierophant is taking Red Panda to the cleaners, getting lots of nice hits on those gummy undersides. Red Panda trying to hide in the pit, but it doesn't work out. Their weapons spinning right back up. Hierophant's keeping the pressure on even if their weapon isn't quite where they want it to be. So these robots are shooting sawdust everywhere. It looks like we've lost another wedge off of Red Panda. I wonder if that's going to affect their stability. Weapon on Prince is having some issues spinning, but Red Panda keeps it going as we are about halfway through this 2-minute fight. Another great rally there from Hierophant. Eating on the nice chewy backside of Red Elephant. You're starting to see that plastic delaminate. And if Hierofant can keep that up, maybe they can spill the insides of Red Elephant all over the floor. Hierofant takes a nice ride, courtesy of the pit. As these two go back to tussling in the middle of the arena and then into the pit. Everything's a little confused here, but it looks like the whole top has come off of Red Panda. And with that, we're actually going to call the fight. That battery is exposed on Red Panda, and as much as we like fire and destruction, it's going to slow all of our fights down. So, your winner by knockout is Hierophant.
Okay.
Red Panda is having a little bit of a tricky time safetying his robot. There's not a whole lot of things left to safety too. Well, the good news is it's relatively easy to turn off. All he has to do is reach in and... Oh, he's going to go for the power switch. Whole lot of Red Pandas scattered around the arena after that last fight, but I'm sure he's got more than enough spares to keep going for our next round of these one-pounders. We've got another pair of orange robots entering into the arena right now. Over in the green square, we've got Handle. Handle is a lifter-type robot. He's going to be using a servo-mounted arm to pick up his opponents, try to bully them around the arena, shove them into the pit, shove them into the walls. He's going to be going up against Miniatter, a vertical spinner that was very powerful in its last fight. One of the forks on Miniatter seems to be stuck in an upward position. I wonder if he's too worried about that.
Does he have a lifting fork? Oh, yeah.
2 minutes on the clock, 2 thumbs up. Audience, please hold the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robot, fight! Fight! A little bit of hesitation coming there from Miniatter. But that wet drum is finally up to speed. Cheeky little hit that actually knocked his own top plate off. This could be really dangerous. If he gets another one, he might throw his battery out. And then we're going to have to call the fight again. Miniatter really doesn't want to get flipped upside down. But Handle's doing his best to bully Miniatter as much as he can. If Handle could get Miniatter into the pit and Miniatter loses his side armor and Miniatter's radio has fallen out of his robot. Your winner by radioectomy is Handle. If the audience sees that little circuit board between me and Miniatter, that is the radio controller. That is the circuit board that communicates to the robot. Generally, you want that inside of your robot. If it's on the side and it's unplugged, you cannot control your robot. Now entering into the arena, we've got Colon 3 going up against Flamboyant Cuddles. Both of these robots are very flamboyantly decorated, something that we love to see in all weight classes of robots, but especially with our 1 pound plastic ant weights, where we like to see people get creative with their designs. Plastic's a cheap price to enter into this weight class. And it also takes paint a lot better than some of these metals can. Looks like we're having some minor technical issues with Flamboyant Cuddles. We're going to give it the good old IT turn it on and off again. Is something... Looks like we had some robot parts still sticking around from the last fight that we should have cleaned up. All right, now our doors are actually closed and locked. Flamboyant Cuddles over in the red square, going up against Colon 3 over in the green square. Both these robots ready to go with 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Flamboyant Cuddles getting a little bit of an early spin up, but Colon 3 doesn't care. That drum is powerful. Both these robots getting dangerously close to the pit. Flamboyant Cuddles somehow getting upside down. I didn't even see that happen. Colon 3 is now in a very good position to start putting the pain on Flamboyant Cuddles. One of their drive sides was hung up for just a second, but it looks like it might have been a crack on the floor. Flamboyant Cuddles in the corner, not driving as well as they would like. Nice wall hit there from one of our contestants. Not sure who. You want to be hitting your opponent, not the wall. Flamboyant Cuddles gets a nice turnaround, starts to rally against Colon 3. Before diving directly into the pit, we're going to let him out though. Colon 3 is right there to smack him, and then miss, and also go into the pit. Both these robots upside down, not a place that they wanted to be. Could be worse, they could be upside down and in the pit, which is about to happen. There we go. Colon 3 trying to go for a hit on Flamboyant Cuddles while they're still in the pit deck. Finding it a hard surface to drive over. 35 seconds left in this match. Doesn't look like we have much of a drum action from Flamboyant Cuddles. Still, with that 4-wheel drive, Flamboyant Cuddles is doing a great job of controlling and pushing this match. Cheeky little hit there from Colon 3. 10 seconds left in this fight. Looks like this one is going to go to the judges. Let's give a round of applause for both of these robots and for your winner, Colon 3. We got 2 more of these plastic ant weight fights going on in this particular round of fights.
I yeeted it. Thank you, though. The trick is like orange tea and honey. It's the only way.
My trick is 3 Red Bulls.
3 Red Bulls? Bulls? How many Red Bulls are you on right now, my dude? 2? like a little baby.
Do you time them like increments or
No, she slams them all at once.
I feel like up here that I take
She's got one of those hats that has like the two Red Bull holders. So she's like sipping both of those while drinking a third one.
It's the magic of ADHD that is current.
Looks like we're waiting on one of our robots right now. But the other one, Haya, is working their way into the arena. Haya had a pretty bad loss against Epi in their last fight. But it's still a solid design. 2 wheels, 2 forks, and 1 drum. They're going to be going up against... Haya's going to be going up against Orangey. Looks like everybody is all ready to go. I'm going to put 2 minutes on the clock. And audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical spinners getting up to speed. That drum on Orangey is very loud, and it just got one of the forks off of Haya. Looks like it's getting some parts of the side armor, too. Orangey is such a nice... dense robot. There's not a whole lot of thin parts that can break off. They've elected to not use wheel guards, but have instead bulked up those front cheeks on the robot. Haya's back in the pit, but he managed to throw one of his wheel guards out before he went. Drum on Orangey was down, but looks like he's just trying to save some battery. Haya just smacked his own fork, and then he got a great hit on Orangey before diving right back into the pit again. Haya is upside down, stuck in a way that he doesn't like, but he manages to use his weapon to get out. That weapon is still running halfway through this fight. Orangey is still getting lots of nice angles on the sides of Haya, slowly chewing it to pieces. But still, Haya got at least one good hit on Orangey. He's got the ability to do it. Let's see if he can pull it off again before almost going back in the pit. Both these robots smacking each other in the middle. Haya's circling for a good angle. Orangey's not going to let him bounce him off the wall. Haya goes right back into the pit. Fantastic frontal assault there from Orangey. There's not a whole lot of armor left on Haya. Both these robots are back in the pit. Orangey's upside down and a little disoriented, but that's the end of this fight. It's going to the judges who have called it for your winner, Orangey. Let's give a round of applause for all of our plastic ant weights. That's the last round of fights for this flight of ant weights. We're going to have one more seating round for them. Already starting to see a little bit of attrition take place. These robots are cheap to build, but they're also cheap to explode. And oh boy, a lot of them are exploding. And with that, we are back to our 3-pound weight class. This is our most popular weight class here at MassDestruction, and one of the most popular weight classes nationally. Most of these robots are still made out of plastic, but they've got weapons that are made out of steel or titanium or aluminum, all sorts of fancy materials that can really do a lot of damage to each other. In this particular fight, over in the yellow and black, we've got B-Roll. B-Roll features these heavily 3D printed wheels and a spinning body. He's going to be going up against Plumbot, who's got a vertical spinning disc and a pair of lifters. He can either use the disc to cut through B-Roll, or he can use the lifter to try to control him. B-Roll showing that he's got a little bit of issues controlling himself, but that makes it even harder for his opponent to control him.
Hannah, can you give the pin a shot? Can you give the pin a shot to center it? Give the pin a shot. Perfect, thank you.
2 thumbs up. These competitors are ready. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. He rolls up to speed, so is Plumbot. Cheeky little hits in the middle. Neither of these opponents really going flying from each other. Lots of gyro dancing happening. Plumbot manages to flip himself upside down. B-Roll doesn't even have an upside down to get flipped into. B-Roll gets a fantastic hit there on Plumbot. Right on the backside, digging into some of that armor. It looks like Plumbot's a little disoriented from it, trying to get his game back. But now B-Roll is up to speed and has him in the corner before B-Roll ends up into the pit. B-Roll showing some control issues, going over the top of Plumbot rather than into his face. Plumbot also almost flips himself over again. Both his competitors in the center of the arena. Looks like Plumbot's having some driving issues. And some of his forks are hanging up in the floor, but now they're all hung up in the pit. Plumbot quick coming out of the pit. Be quick to go back in. B-Roll bouncing off the walls, trying to go every direction he can. Nice hit there from B-Roll. Plumbot's still a little disoriented, but that's okay. B-Roll's back in the pit. B-Roll in a corner, not a great place for him. Plumbot tries to capitalize. B-Roll plays reverse card, gets some nice hits on that chewy underside of Plumbot. B-Roll falls into the pit, launches himself out, and then drives over the top. He doesn't care about physics. He doesn't need gravity. B-Roll is trying to get oriented again. Not that he was ever oriented to begin with. Plumbot's just not sure what his approach should be. He tries to go face to face, but really pays for it. Gets thrown back into the corner. Plumbot going back for a Controlbot position. Tries to get B-Roll back into the pit. Succeeds. B-Roll's back out at. Good hit there from Plumbot. Plumbot's still winning B-Roll still winning those face-to-face encounters, and Plumbot keeps flipping himself upside down. 30 seconds left in this fight. Fantastic hit there from B-Roll right on that juicy underside of Plumbot, and that weapon is back. But he was hesitating for just a second. Another great hit there from B-Roll with 10 seconds left. Let's see if anybody's going to do any final shots. And that's the end of this fight. Let's give a round of applause for both these robots and for your winner, B-Roll. Hey, hey, hey.
Go, weapon!
6.
6 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the event would end like at 7. Okay.
That's what we try. Sometimes it ends at like 8, but we really want to be done by 7 because we have to take all this shit down.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams though.
Now entering into the arena, we've got Prince and Mooncake. Mooncake is so far undefeated this MassDestruction, while Prince, normally a very dominating performer at most of the events, is at 1-1. Prince has put on their anti-horizontal armor for this specific fight. Mooncake has some amount of difficulties getting that weapon spun up dangerously. We got 2 thumbs up. Audience, who's ready to watch some robots fight? I know I'm watching 2 little boys fight right now, but if y'all look forward, there's like robot fighting. If you want to take your face a little bit away, there we go. Perfect. All right, 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please send the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Both these robots spinning up to speed. Mooncake going absolutely crazy right out of the gate. Mooncake goes right into the pit. Prince is just waiting for them, trying to get that big eviscerating hit. And Prince finally gets it, sending Mooncake nearly into the roof. Fantastic chuck there. Mooncake's stuck on the wall, but they're going to try to get their way out. Prince is still going to make them pay for that. Mooncake spinning itself more than it's spinning its actual weapon. Great hit there from Prince, throwing Mooncake directly into a bulletproof glass. And again. And again. 1 minute in, and we're going to have to start sending Mooncake a bill for all of the floors and polycarbonate that they've messed up. Mooncake starting to get a little peeled up at the corners, does a very good flying kick off the wall. But Prince is playing it slow and steady. Prince not showing any signs of slowing down. He's got Mooncake pinned in the corner. Looks like that weapon might be down on Mooncake. Mooncake's going to try spinning. It works good enough to get Prince into the pit. Fantastic hit there. I'm not sure what happened. It looks like all of the motors have come out of Mooncake. Prince is going to go in for another big hit here. The drive motors have become disconnected from Mooncake, as he's only got 1 wheel left and his ring isn't working. This might be it for Mooncake. But Prince is here, ready for the killing blow. And that's the end of the fight. Your winner by knockout is Prince. Returning to the arena, we've got Argyle in yellow and red going up against the giant gaping mouth of Sasquatch. Sasquatch was having some weapon and functionality issues earlier, so he's completely replaced his weapon system with a bunch of spare robot parts that I brought because I wanted to get rid of them. The spare parts worked out for him pretty great in the last fight that he managed to win against B-Roll by knockout. He'll be going up against Argyle, who's still looking for a win in this particular competition. Sasquatch is over there on the green side. Argyle's over here in the red. This is going to be a great competition of giant vertical spinner versus giant mouth.
Like that mouth.
3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Sasquatch is off to a slow start, but manages to get a fantastic pin of Argyle against the wall right off the bat. He's only allowed to hold that pin for 10 seconds before he has to release. Sasquatch is upside down. Argyle's going to give him the flip, but he's really going to suffer for it before ending right up in the pit himself. Those emergency spare forks don't seem to be doing Sasquatch any favors. His robot was never designed for them, and they definitely weren't designed for him to be upside down with them. That doesn't stop Argyle from going back into the pit, and also getting stuck there. So one of our robots is moving right now, and it's not Argyle. We're gonna have to go to a count out.
Now they're both. Oh, wait, there's light.
He's not moving quite enough, but that's the end of the fight, so your winner by knockout is Sasquatch. Got a couple of competition favorites coming into the arena right now. Over on the green side, the always fun Power of Friendship. They use their twin drills to great effect, trying to sink it into the top of robots, puncture a battery, puncture a speed controller, mess up wires, jam belts. And because there's two of them, you've always got to worry about them coming from two different angles at once. They're going to be going up against Basics, which has had a dominating performance so far here at MassDestruction, with one knockout and one judge's decision. Part of our rule set says all robots must weigh 3 pounds, so in this case the Power of Friendship is two 1.5 pound robots. And because they weigh the same, both robots will have to get knocked out for the robot to totally get knocked out. Twin thumbs up, 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Power Friendship fast across the arena. One of them's in the pit already. Both those drills are still intact. Whereas Basics is just running all over. Power Friendship has a bend and he's going right into that top plate, but that drill is skipping. One of those drills is gone, and they're dunking the other one into the wheel hole. This is a pin. They're only allowed to hold the pin for 10 seconds before they have to disengage. Basics strategically turned his weapon off while he was stuck in the wall. But back to a lot of that dominating spoofing performance, driving clean across the arena and ripping a large chunk out of one of the Power of Friendship's necks. Basics rallies on the other Power of Friendship, getting into the corner. Gets in a sticky situation, but that powerful drive just gets him right out. Basics heading over towards the pit, turns around just in time. It looks like we're starting to lose one of the top plates on the Power of Friendship. While the other one's got him pinned up against the wall, he doesn't have a whole lot of pecking that he can do right now. Basics is going to strategically turn that weapon off, but that wasn't good for him. Power of Friendship now has a lock. One of the Power of Friendships is stuck in the corner, while the other one is trying to go cut the belt on that weapon. If he could disable that, it would be fantastic, but instead the drill bit has just gotten sheared off. Halfway through this fight. Power of Friendship releases the pin. One of them goes into the pit. If Basics knocks this one that's about to fall apart, one or two more times, we might eject the battery and win the fight by default. Not our favorite strategy, but it is a legitimate one. He's going to go for the other twin and get him very stuck in the wall. You live by the fork, you die by the fork. Basics was doing so well before getting upside down and in the pit, but he flips himself just in time to fall right back into the pit. That weapon screaming in anger, trying to get some control. He bounces the Power of Friendship off the wall. Friendship is barely held together right now. His parts are just going everywhere. Fantastic hit directly at my face. I really appreciate that. Now they're both stuck up against the corner. Sparks are flying. Metal is bent. Plastic has given up the ghost. Both the Power of Friendship are killed, but very worse for wear. Before they get a final pin, and that's the end of this fight. And your winner by judge's decision is Basics.
What have I done now? Okay. Alright. Oh, should be good.
Returning to the arena, it's even more orange robots. Over in the green square, we've got the SL layer, or the SLA Slayer. Most of the robots who have competed today in both the ant-weight 1-pound class and in the 3-pound class all use a technology called fused deposition modeling for making their 3D prints. It's a glorified hot glue gun. But SLAs, or stereolithographies, use a laser in order to cure a bunch of liquid goo. The SLA Slayer is going to be going up against Jackaloupe. Jackaloupe's coming straight off of 2 wins. And right now, it looks like this is going to be a big fight of whose forks are the longest. Got a pair of thumbs up. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Jackaloupe getting that thin little disc up to speed, while the Slayer tries to get him pinned into a corner. Jackaloupe flips into the pit. Pit. But we're more than happy to get them out. Fantastic lift there from Jackaloupe against the Lifty Bot. I wasn't expecting this to be such a control fight, but Jackaloupe wants to go back into the pit. Nice little rally there from Jackaloupe, getting the Slayer flipped upside down. Jackaloupe's got Slayer exactly where they want, and they're really capitalizing on it. And now it's Slayer's turn to be on the pit. Both these robots had their forks locked. They've broken apart now. Looks like that disc is done on Jackaloupe. Nope, it's back. Nice little lift there on the SLA from Jackaloupe. And another good rally from Jackaloupe under the Slayer. Slayer's now completely on its back, pulling a perfect wheelie. Jackaloupe's taking him into the corner, roughing him up a bit, letting him go. That weapon on Jackaloupe has to be a little bit smaller because it's a compromise with their lifter. You can have 2 smaller weapons or 1 bigger one whenever you're balancing weight on a robot. One minute left in this surprisingly controlly fight. Very nice loud hit there, but not a lot of damage coming from it. As this battle of the forks continues. Good rally there from Jackaloupe. Manages to pit SLA. We unpit directly onto the weapon. Jackaloupe is now going to be juggling them. Let's see if this SLA can get off to another side. A bolt just came out of one of these robots. I'm not sure which one. Both these robots burning tires. Jackaloupe pirouetting and ending up directly in the pit. The SLA is showing a little more hesitation right now. Don't know if that's strategic, but they're now jammed and forked up against the wall. Another fantastic pirouette from Jackaloupe, and that's the end of this fight. And let's give a round of applause for your winner by judge's decision, Jackaloupe. Now entering the arena, over on the green side, printed out of pretty plastic. In blue, it's the Master Controlbot. MCB is going to be going up against, in our red square, the yellow Blink. Master Controlbot is a flipping robot. It's going to use a giant spatula to try to keep his opponents off of their kilter. Blink is a more traditional four-wheel drive vertical spinner. Just going to grab a couple more robot parts out of the arena real quick. Want a fair fight, and we don't want parts to be jamming up our competitors. Nice loud angry drum coming from Blink. And a nice little friendly waggle coming from Master Controlbot. Everybody's ready. 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! And immediately, both these robots are in the pit. We're good. Keep going. Keep going. We got a little bit of magic smoke that just came out of Blink, but it doesn't look like it was the battery kind. It looks like it was the controller kind.
Pit. Is the fan on full?
We're going to get Blink back out.
Yeah, can you go to the fan, flip the switch from one side to the other?
We're going to keep this fight running, even if it got a little bit smelly. Looks like Blink smoked his electronics that run his weapon right off the bat. And with 2 minutes left in this fight, it's going to turn into a controlling match between the spatula of MCB and those wicked sharp forks of Blink. A little bit of a do-si-do going on in the middle of the arena. Both bots jockeying for position. Before Blink, if you blink, he ended up in the pit. MCB narrowly avoiding pitting themselves, as both these robots are trying to figure out a position. Accidental flip there on MCB due to proximity to pit. It looks like that drive on Blink is so powerful, even if it just puts them into the pit over and over again. MCB trying to go for a suplex, but just getting more pit. Both robots locking horns. A little disoriented after it. MCB really trying to get that spatula in action. It's the one advantage that they have over Blink, who's now stuck in the wall. MCB gets a good pitting on Blink there before pitting themselves. Blink keeps getting stuck in the wall. MCB does a follow-up. MCB gets Blink flipped over. With only 2 wheels on the ground instead of all 4, Blink is really going to suffer and drive, but that's okay. MCB will get him flipped right back over. Nice lift there from MCB with our last 5 seconds in this fight. Nice rally there from MCB, and a final flip right as it hits the buzzer. Your winner by judge's decision is the Master Controlbot, MCB.
Did the fan get louder and angrier when you flip the switch?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Are you leaving?
That's what you wanted.
Bye, Audrey. Thank you for coming.
Now entering the arena, over in the green square, we've got Caldera. Caldera is a veteran robot. He's come to a lot of mass destructions and a lot of local events. He's got a very powerful horizontal spinner that he's going to be bringing up against, in the red square, the Being Supreme Refied Edition. Despite looking like it's mostly plastic, Being Supreme actually has a lot of steel plates embedded inside of its chassis. It can use these as very good, strong armor and reflect those hits off of Caldera. We get our test spin from Caldera and our test wiggle from Being Supreme. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Caldera's getting up to speed while Being Supreme is trying to slowly inch their way in. Caldera suffered a lot in their last fight where they kept running into a wall. If Being Supreme can pull that off, they could easily snatch a win. Caldera a little off of his game. Being Supreme's got the lift. That weapon isn't spinning up. Caldera pulls away, jumps across the arena, but Being Supreme's patience is rewarded by pitting Caldera. Caldera uses this chance to spin his weapon back up before getting stuck in the wall again. Being Supreme's a massive team player though. They want to keep this fight going, even if that means having to face that weapon. Fantastic hit there. Not really sure who came out on top of it. Being Supreme is starting to slog itself just a little bit. Caldera is remaining cautious. Being Supreme got the better of that hit off of Caldera, throwing them into a wall before pitting themselves. Straight out of the pit and into the weapon. So they pull a reversal, almost get Caldera in. Being Supreme's in a corner, and now in the pit. Both robots are in the pit, but we're going to free him up. That weapon in Caldera isn't showing any signs of slowing down. Both these competitors cautiously driving. Being Supreme gets another pit. Caldera's got himself hung up on the wall. Being Supreme takes a scratch from him, but still gets another pit there. Fantastic work. Both these robots still going strong as we get into our final 40 seconds. Caldera gets a couple hits on Being Supreme, but that armor on the back is impenetrable. Both these robots still trying to work out a good angle against each other. And Caldera nabs one of Being Supreme's wheels right there with 15 seconds left. This is not what they wanted to see. Another cheeky hit, but with only 3 seconds left, and both robots in the pit. This fight's going to the judges.
Gotta be Caldera. It was so close.
And this was an incredibly close fight. But your winner by judges' decision is Caldera.
They want you to fire it. Elevate.
me a second. That time, yeah, that time I intentionally like softly did them.
Entering the arena, we have Satiro. Satiro has a big vertical saw on an arm that he's going to try to bring down into the top of his opponents, cutting through their thin top armor. He's going to be going up against the Wild and Bouncy Division. With Giant Weapon going up against Giant Weapon here, who knows who will win? Satiro has been a little tentative in his last few fights, carefully lining up his shots. Let's see how well that works out for him going up against the absolute chaos of Division. Division is trying to get a sense for the floor, and he's finding out that his forks are getting stuck in some of the holes. That's just part of the game. The floor changes as the competition goes on. Both of these competitors are ready. 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Division goes straight into Sato, messes up that armor, and it almost goes completely unanswered. The other armor panel is only hanging on by a thread as Division tosses him clean into the air. Division is now stuck in the wall. This would be Sato's chance in order to get a free hit on him, but he misses right at the last second. Satiro is still going in for another one, but it's just not working out. He's really showing a lot of hard damage coming in from Division, as Division's about to go into that nice and soft carbon fiber underplate. Division's hung up on some of the loose armor plates coming off of Satiro. That weapon is very loud. Satiro gets a weapon-to-weapon hit. Division's flipped upside down, but he gets right back over. Now they're back in the corner. As Division is slowly juggling and eviscerating Satiro. Division's now trying to cut that arm off. It looks like he's got the weapon wires that go to the weapon. But as long as that arm can still waggle, there's a chance. And it looks like we have a tap out. Your winner by knockout is Division. Sato is in absolute pieces after that last fight. I count 2 belts, 2 front armor panels and at least 1 tire. I think there's another tire hiding in the pit. This is the final seeding round for our beta weight competitors before they go into the finals, which is going to be a 16-round single elimination tournament.
16 round.
16 seed. So far on our leaderboard, we've got a lot of very competitive robots up there, like Basics, Division, and Caldera, all showing very dominating leads, but also surprisingly, the adaptive mini forts of Sasquatch is also in our leaderboard. We have another 4 fights, another 4 chances for these beta weights to vie for position into our final tournament.
You need to get ideas. I put Jose and Stigian at the bottom. We'll fight if they both are gonna FF, so I already put them in there.
I know. Has anybody else dropped?
No, that's it.
That's pretty good. A point. Almost there.
We already, yeah, right. Wait for plans. Yeah. Who else?
I summoned this couple.
Oh, okay. For another fight. What's your robot? I couldn't hear what you just said. I thought I heard you say you were looking for a fourth fight. No. Okay, cool.
Now in the arena, over in the green sky, we have Sibling Rivalries. Sibling Rivalries is a multi-bot, and they're going to go for the tried and tested but rarely successful bike rack strategy. We've seen this quite a bit going up against these huge style robots, and here in the red square we've got our huge style robot with Little Man. It's appropriately named. All these robots look like they're ready. I got 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. The lifter part of Sibling Rivalries is going to use that bicycle rack in order to try to stop the huge style robot. But as we found out time and time again, frequently that just gives a target for Little Man to chew on. Parts of some robots are flying around. As the drum spinner is trying to get into that weapon and he's trying to avoid the weapon of Little Man going directly into his top plate. Fantastic hit there from Little Man, giving a lot of airtime. Both the Sibling Rivalries are trying to work together and completely jam up Little Man. Little Man keeps soldiering on. That bike rack is finally having a good effect there. But now he's upside down, as Little Man is just taking the twins on one at a time. All three of these robots completely jammed up, keeping any other weapons from spinning. If they can get a little more space, they might be able to start doing some more dynamic stuff. Sibling Rivalries doesn't want that to happen because that means facing down the giant weapon of Little Man. Little Man is in the pit. He barely fits, but he does fit. Little Man getting toaster slotted into our pit. The vertical spinner of Sibling Rivalries was trying to use that to jump straight to the body, but didn't seem to work out. Nice hit there from Little Man, flips one of Sibling Rivalries over, manages to flip himself back before ending up in the pit again.
My bad.
That drum is roaring the life on Sibling Rivalries. Sibling Rivalries is actually starting to get some pretty good stickiness on Little Man in the pit. Little Man trying to get some distance, get that weapon up to speed, and try to get the kill shot on at least one of these terrible two. That weapon is once again not spinning on the drum side of Sibling Rivalries, but I spoke too soon. New strategy from Sibling Rivalries is to pit themselves and bring Little Man with them. It's like grabbing your sister and dragging her into the pool with you. Sibling Rivalries getting Little Man into the pit one more time. But with 2 seconds left, that's going to be the end of this fight. Let's give a round of applause for all of our robots. And this was a close one yet again, which I think is just telling a great story about how fantastic our competitors here. But your winner by judges' decision is Sibling Rivalry. This puts both Sibling Rivalries and Little Man in a very dominating position to get seeded into our next tournament. I love it when I turn around and I've got two robots loaded into the cage. We're going to have another Undercutter versus Undercutter fight here over in the green square. We've got the Grim Ripper with his distinct conical armor. He's going to be going up against the absolute chaos of Vanguard. Vanguard's hunting for a win to try to get into the tournament. His Grim Ripper is at a pretty comfortable position and just wants to get a nice seating. Grim Ripper showing its characteristic and distinct slow but steady crawl. It looks like something is happening. I'd say this one time. Is it?
Please go fast. I know.
We had a little bit of technical difficulties with the last fight, and we really wanted to see that fight actually happen, so we're going to give them just long enough to go plug their robots in. In the meantime, we're going to bring in two of our better-themed robots. Over in the green square, we've got the Tricker Beater with his big pumpkin wheels and his Halloween face mask. He's going to be going off against the Mad Max Crumple Stiltskin. Yeah, it's got duct tape armor. Both these robots drove over to their squares, but Tricker Beater has already got himself stuck in the wall. And again, maybe he can not do that, and we can get on with the fight. Both these robots are ready to go. Audience, please send the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Crumple Stiltskin straight across the arena. Tricker Beater trying to figure out what he's doing with his weapon. Now he's on his side using his spiels in order to navigate around. That weapon is down though, and Crumple Stiltskin's going to make him pay with a nice big hit right on the top plate. Crumple Stiltskin's bringing the pain, trying to nab either a belt or get through that top plate. Really keeping Tricker Beater locked up against the wall. Tricker Beater gets a quick hit in. Crumple Stiltskin has to avoid getting stuck. Nice big hit with these two robots stuck together. We're not going to pause this fight, but we are going to... Oh, they're free.
There you go.
They're going to use the pit in order to try to free each other. And Crumple Stiltskin goes in for another shot. He is cutting giant holes into that carbon fiber top plate as both these robots end up back in the pit. Tricker Beater's upside down, place he's always struggled with traction. Crumple Stiltskin's going to try to free him, but he doesn't want to get his own fork stuck in the process. Both these robots taking a luxury ride to the top, with Crumple Stiltskin using the chance to get another free shot in on Tricker Beater before taking them both back into the pit again. Tricker Beater dumps himself into the pit. He's still upside down. He's still having a hard time driving. Crumple Stiltskin has given up on using his saw blade, and now he's just going to start smacking Tricker Beater. Here comes that saw blade, and another devastating hit right into the top plate, right in front of the judges. That is a full tooth of engagement. We're going to try to launch these robots.
Alright, pause it.
With 41 seconds, we are going to try to separate these two very stuck together robots. Almost got them separated. Brandon Zelensky, well known for Star Child, both a 3-pound combat robot and a 250 as seen on TV, is very used to getting his disc stuck in the top of other robots. He's a trained professional when it comes to separation. These two robots are now separated. And we are going to resume this fight shortly.
I'd probably not punch one like that again.
What's up?
When you're punching Trigger Beater.
All right, 41 seconds on the fight remaining. We're going to resume this fight in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! "41 seconds left to show off for the judges. Trigger Beater's still not showing a whole lot of weapon. But Crumple Stiltskin showing us how much he loved Brandon's separating abilities. We're going to let the clock run out here.
Alright, we're calling this.
As Crumple's...
Let's give it 10 more seconds.
Okay.
As Crumple Stiltskin continues to drag him across the arena.
Oh, Brandon. It's the right pedal.
And that's the end of this fight. Your winner by judge's decision is Crumple Stiltskin. Also Brandon.
You guys are gonna go up now then. Yeah, I was hoping to not have to grab.
Yeah, the weapon or the robot by hand.
Yeah. That's why I was smacking it. It'd be like mine.
The V-Stock is second on page 8.
Two more fights left in our 3-pound fight. As we're staring at things going on in the arena, namely the pit. From here, we're going to be seeding our tournament. It'll be a single elimination, 16 competitor tournament, with ultimately one winner for our 3-pound class. Doors are locked, and I'd say both of these undercutters are ready to go. But it looks like Vanguard has decided to test out the pit before the fight has even started. Some people test the floor, some people test their weapons. Vanguard tested the pit. Everybody's ready to go. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Grim Reaper showing his trademark control, Vanguard showing his lack of control. Huge sparks in that first hit. Grim Reaper having some trouble driving over our vent. Vanguard testing himself out on the pit earlier, so he knows he can come out of it. Vanguard having a hard time bringing the fight to Grim Reaper here, with Grim Reaper just chasing him around before ending up in the pit himself. And he comes out upside down, not the place that he wants to be. Pause. And that fight is back in action.
Go, 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 go!
Grim Reaper is sounding angry. But now instead of going to weapon, he's going up against those front armored plates of Vanguard. Vanguard looking a little drunk after that last hit, and like his weapon isn't spinning up anymore. With these robots right on the edge of the pit, Vanguard goes in. As we expected, Grim Reaper carefully drives away. The weapon's back on Vanguard. He's going to test it out by hitting the wall. Grim Reaper also decides to test the wall. Doesn't work out too well for him. With 40 seconds left in this fight, it really seems like this is more of a competition with both of these robots fighting the arena more than fighting each other. Grim Reaper loses a little bit of his control, trying to flip himself right side back. Doesn't quite work out, but he's getting close. Nice big hit there. We're getting sparks coming out of the fight, but that's the end of the fight. Let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors here. But especially for your winner, Grim Reaper.
It's a funny robot. Huh? Yes. An airplane. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna get a rental car while we're there. We're just gonna Uber around. Mike? Titian. It's in San Diego. Yes. 3 weekends from now. Yeah. It's in San Diego. That's interesting. The save the date very clearly says that it's San Diego.
So, if anybody's wondering, we're a man down here in the 3-pound weight class, and to make up for that, B-Roll has volunteered to have a 4th fight. Most robots only have to deal with 3, but B-Roll is going to do his 4th to try to erase one of his earlier losses by knockout. This was a little harder on him as he had to get ready for this fight. And he'll be going up against the undercutter of Ora Boros. Both these robots are ready, and I've got 3 minutes on the clock, so audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! B-Roll is hot off the gate, but Ora Boros is spun up. B-Roll is going into that big TPU armor on the top of Ora Boros. He seems to have cut a couple of gashes on it, but maybe that's an armor plate hiding back there. B-Roll is in the pit, but Ora Boros is in there too. I'm unclear what just happened there. Both of these robots looking a little drunk after their visit to the pit. And I think that is our first roof shot of the day, coming from B-Roll, throwing Ora Boros into the roof. B-Roll is also doing a number onto our walls. Ora Boros is now upside down, but that might actually be a better position for him, as now he can hit the body of B-Roll. B-Roll is continuing his characteristic pirouetting around the middle of the arena. Ora Boros is in on a nice hit there. A wonderful spin, too, coming from B-Roll, as B-Roll keeps chewing up our walls. Great hit there from Ora Boros. B-Roll careens off the wall. And he rips the disc off of Ora Boros and sends it ping-ponging around the arena. Ora Boros is a little limited with what he can do in this last half of the match.
Do you have any idea how expensive 2x4s are?
Ora Boros desperately trying to hang on in this fight. But with B-Roll's absolute chaos, it's hard to predict where he's going to go and where he's going to be. Ora Boros finding it very hard to actually drive at B-Roll, passing underneath him a couple of times as B-Roll continues to fight the arena. Ora Boros in with a cheeky little nudge. And another one starting to show a little bit of control before getting himself into the pit. And that's the end of our fight. Let's give a round of applause for both of these competitors. But your winner by judges' decision is B-Roll.
I don't know. Yay! We have 16 exactly.
That's all right. My belt's perfect. Oh, excellent. Right. This comes up to your view. Yeah, I thought it was going to thing was gnarly.
And with that, our seeding round for our 3-pound robots is over. These robots are all going to be going into a single elimination tournament. Your current leaders, all with a score of 10 points, are Basics, Division, Littleman, and Grim Ripper.
Basics and Grim Ripper first in either order.
Wait, isn't it always like best versus the worst?
Yes, but I'm giving you rankings. Basics and Division. We're just you're one of the top 4 of us. I'm just saying, if I have to play Basics, we might have to.
Yeah, if you win.
Simply win, not in the first round.
With that, we are going to return to our plastic ant weights. Do one final wave of them before getting to our 3-pound tournament. We're going to start off our ant weights with Blizzard versus Orangey. Blizzard looks like they might be down a drive side from the start. And still got that giant angry spinning disc. Two minutes on the clock. Amanda or Stocky, I need y'all to check in with people to make sure that they're good to go and then give me a giant thumbs up. Looks like Blizzard's taking their time trying to get to their square. Can't really figure out which direction is front. There we go. All right, both of our competitors are good. 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Blizzard's up to speed, but so is Orangey. First hit goes to Blizzard. Orangey's just not got the right angle, but he gets it there, throwing Blizzard for a spin. Blizzard does a quick and a reverse card in order to get flipped on Orangey, but Orangey's right back over, but it looks like the weapon is down on Blizzard. It's going to be a huge critical loss here. Blizzard not showing a whole lot of movement right now and just getting flipped like a penny by Orangey. Both these robots staying very far away from the pit. Orangey now stuck in the wall, but he's out. So we're now halfway through this fight. I'm wondering what's going on with Blizzard. Blizzard's hanging out on top of the vent, maybe not where he wants to be. Orangey is still coming in for the occasional hit here and there. Trying to keep that pressure up, getting Blizzard into a corner. Nice big hit and flip there, but it seems like it might have broken off part of the tooth of Orangey. His weapon's shaking like he's not balanced. That vibration could cause some bigger problems for Orangey later down. But for now, it's still his fight to lose with only 10 seconds left. And both these robots still running. This fight is going to the judges. And let's give a quick round of applause for our two robots here. But also for our winner, Orangey. Thank you for being here. You didn't have to fly all the way from the other side of the world just for us.
What do you guys think you'll be
7:30. Huh? Yeah. Like everything in this room has to be gone by the time we're done. Thank you, Aaron. Good to see you.
I'll be back later.
Now entering the arena. Over in the green square, we've got Handle. Fresh off of his knockout win, he's going to be going up against the rather vicious PUNCH. Punch is currently on a winning streak with 2 knockouts back to back. Let's see if he can keep the tempo up going into this fight. 2 minutes on the clock, both robots ready. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Punch is up to speed. Handle's going to try to avoid that weapon as best as he can, getting some good angles, trying to get off to the side or round back. But Punch manages to pivot, and now Handle's in the pit. Handle goes to space, but he's back at it. Punch gets a wheel. Wheel almost goes in the pit, but not quite. Massive hit there from Punch, sending him all the way across the arena. That arm on Handle isn't looking quite as good as when it started, and he's got another wheel off of Handle too. Punch just eating up Handle here in the first 30 seconds of this fight. Punch is starting to play around a lot with his weapon speed. The lower speed has better control, but the higher speed usually has better hits, as he's going to try to go in to get his 3rd knockout in this seeding round. And with a big shot like that, he might be able to just get it. And Handle is back in the pit. Another giant hit here coming from Punch. Punch is being very careful to not get in the pit, but he gets Handle back in there again. Handle is just hanging on, but he's back in the pit again. And Punch really wants that knockout, but with only 10 seconds left, it does not look like he's going to get it. And with that last final hit from Punch, that's the end of your match. And your winner is Punch. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, it looks good to me. Yeah. Now in the arena, over in the green square, we have Fury. Fury features a vertical spinner and a self-rating arm. He'll be going up against Haya. Haya features a vertical spinner and a happy face. 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical spinners getting up to speed. Lower the pit. Both jockeying for position. We're going to try to remember to lower the pit. Looks like Haya might already be down a drive side on his left side. Unclear if that came from before the fight. He's got the top, and there is a tap. So your winner by knockout is Fury.
It's from the last one. Handle.
Hey, don't do that.
Sparky! Sparky!
Rocky. There's a wheel.
Mention grudges.
In the red square, we've got Mini Adder. Mini Adder had a dominating first fight, but his second one, the whole robot fell apart in half. He's going to be going up against Flamboyant Cuddles. Relatively reliable robot, even if it doesn't seem to have the knockout power every match. Both these vertical spinners are getting over to their squares. These are tiny, tiny little robots. Both of our competitors are ready. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots trying to get a good position. Not necessarily going for that big weapon-to-weapon hit. But they managed to pull one off. Flamboyant Cuddles gets one of the forks off of Mini Adder. Flamboyant Cuddles is now upside down, not necessarily where they want to be. Both robots playing around in the swarf left over from previous fights. Probably not a great place. We found a part of another robot. That drum is starting to bounce off the ground on Mini Adder. That's never a good sign, and it could lead to weapon issues later on. Mini Adder is now upside down. Both these robots so small, I can't see them. Flamboyant Cuddles really starting to bully Mini Adder. It looks like the weapon supports on Mini Adder have come off. Flamboyant Cuddles using this chance to really take full advantage of Mini Adder. Mini Adder's back right side up, but that top plate is about to come off again. And those vertical supports are broken. So Flamboyant Cuddles decides to take a quick detour to the pit. And then a second time, just for fun. Mini Adder decides that it's its turn. Mini Adder's now upside down. His wheels are not touching the ground. His weapon is not working while his top plate is held on by a thread. This is quite the time for Flamboyant Cuddles to capitalize.
Somebody fried something.
There's not a whole lot left of either of these robots as this fight goes to the judges. And your winner by judges' decision is Flamboyant Cuddles. Returning to the arena, in the green square, we've got Colonel Plastic. He'll be going up against Red Panda, who's in the red square. Red Panda had a dominating knockout in his first fight, but taken to absolute pieces in his last one. While Colonel Plastic has not been having the best of luck, also falling to a lot of pieces along the way. Colonel Plastic forgot to take his weapon lock out, but that's fine. He can go in and grab it.
Yeah, I was wondering when it happened.
Both these robots driving over to their squares.
Hit.
2 minutes on the clock. Everybody is ready. Help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots spinning up to a very loud speed. Let's see if parts start coming off in that first hit from these two very chunky robots. And pieces have come off of both robots. We've lost a wheel on Colonel Plastic and half of a wedge on Red Panda. That weapon on Red Panda is almost the size of the entirety of Colonel Plastic. Colonel Plastic's a little worse for the wear. It doesn't look like his weapon's running anymore, if it's even still attached. Red Panda's here to make more chunky bits from Colonel Plastic. Nice shot of the wheel there, sending it off the wall. Nice hit. Colonel Plastic gets a little bit of airtime. Halfway through this fight, both of these robots exploded on their first hit, but one of them is a lot more together than the other. Let's see if Red Panda can get that knockout before the end of this match. Colonel Plastic sent to the pit. Red Panda joins him. Both these robots upside down. Not a great place for either of them. Red Panda does a quick reverse flip over. Gets the weapon back on and gets the aggression back onto Colonel Plastic. Colonel Plastic right out of the pit and right into the weapon of Red Panda. Red Panda right into the pit. Feels a little worse for the wear of that last ride. Nope, his weapon's back on. As he keeps chasing down Colonel Plastic with the final 8 seconds of this fight. And that's the end of this fight. Your winner by judge's decision is Red Panda.
Oi.
Was he volunteering for a grudge or was he not?
Pass me a napkin.
In the arena now, we have Metamoon and Colon 3. Both of these robots are ready, and with 2 minutes on the clock, let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical spinners getting up to speed, making a nice loud screaming noise before Metamoon ends up in the pit. Metamoon upside down, not a great place to be. Colon 3 not really wanting to get onto that messed up pit surface. With Metamoon off though, they're more than willing to go right face to face. Both these robots still waiting for that weapon-to-weapon hit, and we saw it there. Rocket jump coming in from Colon 3. Before they jump into the pit again. A little jammed up in the corner. We might have to cycle the pit again just to get them out. There we go. Gentle one. And right into the face of Metamoon, sending them flying. Something has exploded off of one of these robots. It looked like a fork of Metamoon. Halfway through this fight, Colon 3 looks like they're about to fall into the pit, but we free them up. And the side armor has come off of Metamoon. Colon 3 still having a rough time getting out of the pit. They're spinning upside down. Another rocket jump there. If Metamoon went weapon to weapon right now, Colon 3 would go flying. Cheeky hit, rights Colon 3. Metamoon's showing the wrong end, but another good hit there from Metamoon. And it looks like that weapon might be down on Colon 3. Both these robots a little worse for wear with our final 10 seconds. Colon 3 is back in the pit. And with 2 seconds left, that's the end of our fight. Your winner by judge's decision is Metamoon.
Metamoon's undefeated. Two in this round, and then we've got probably another 20 left total.
A lot.
Load 'em up.
Now entering the arena, two of our higher performance robots today. Over in black, we've got Epi. Epi's going to be going against Hierophant. Hierophant's undefeated with 2 knockouts today. Both these robots, massive vertical spinners. Completely different fork game. Epi's biggest weakness is getting stuck in walls, whereas Hierophant's biggest weakness seems to be managing to stay pointed straight. 2 minutes on the clock. Both these robots are ready. We're going to count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots charging at each other. A quick little hit from Hierophant. Another follow-up on that. Looks like the side is lifted up on Epi. Hierophant's getting really nice angles in on Epi. And he explodes the entire front of Epi, but Epi is still together. That top plate is starting to come off. Doesn't look. Nope. There's no battery. There's no battery.
Is there no battery?
There's no battery. The battery's on the other side.
Okay, keep going then.
We're gonna keep going. There's a lot of nice sensitive electronics, but no batteries on that one side. He finally gets a good hit in on Hierophant, but those electronics are sticking very far out right now. That is not a place any robot wants to be. Eepy's wheels are now separating from the robot and flying across the arena. And that's the end of this fight. Eepy's battery has been ejected. And on your third knockout, you have Hierophant. I feel like it's 4 logo time.
Yeah, real.
For our final 1 pound plastic ant weight fight. We have another one?
Yeah.
Oh, are they ready?
Oh,
hell yeah. For our second to last 1 pound plastic ant weight fight, we are going to have Twoface going against Sour Cream. Twoface in white and black over in the green square actually has a modularity between a vertical spinner and a horizontal. He'll be going against the lifter of Sour Cream. Both these robots are ready, so help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Sour Cream off to a good start, getting underneath the wedge of Twoface. Twoface a little disoriented as Sour Cream is just driving circles around him. That weapon's really starting to scream to life, and he goes in for the hit, but just gets the wall instead. Nice chunky hit from Twoface onto Sour Cream. Really messed up that wedge. Sour Cream still trying to go in from the front, but just getting a whole face full of weapon instead. Before ending up in the pit. Twoface takes it right to Sour Cream, who's still a little disoriented, and gets him right back into the pit before they drive themselves into the pit. They really like the pit. I can't blame them. Sour Cream's still trying to jam up that weapon, but it's not working as well as they want. those hits are doing more damage to them than it is to Twoface, they might need to change their strategy in the second half of this match. Sour Cream plays Uno reverse card, and Twoface ends up in the pit. A little worse for the wearer for trying to get off. We're going to help him out as much as we can. Sour Cream is there to drive him to the pit. Twoface looked like he had drive issues there for just a second. Sour Cream has pit issues there for just a minute. Another good hit has that arm jammed on Sour Cream. Not the place where they want to be in a control match with 7 seconds left. And that's going to be the end of this match. Your winner by judge's decision is Twoface.
I think the at-weight bracket is ready to go. The next fight does not matter.
It doesn't. You're right. You already sorted?
No, hold on. We have 9. No. Yeah, we have 9.
Oh, we have a tie?
Yeah, 5-way tie.
Cool.
Returning to the arena after having to postpone their last match, we've got Jose versus Stigian. Jose's over in black in the green square, and Stigian is in red and blue over here in the red square. Both these vertical spinning robots, whereas Stigian has a set of arms as well. 2 minutes on the clock. Both these robots ready to go. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots getting up to speed. Stigian going in for a good angle, but Jose is able to counter and smack the arms. Looks like the belt has popped off of the wheels on Stigian, though, which is going to be limiting their drive power. Jose goes in from the side, doesn't really want to deal with any of that front nonsense. But now Jose's upside down, and Stigian's down the drive side. 30 seconds in, both these robots are trapped on each other.
They're stacked.
We're going to do a quick pause while we separate these two robots and keep this fight moving.
And you're like, okay, great, that's fine, stop trying. Yeah, that was my favorite. Like, some of the PT professor, like, doing this, like, when would I ever? Yeah. No wonder this is like a
These robots are a little more stuck together than we initially thought. Jose has inhaled one of the wheels of Stigian. But with that, we're going to resume this fight in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Resume. Jose is back in the action, getting clear of the corner. Stigian is down most of his drive side at this point, but he still has a weapon. Jose's just going to try to work his way in for a delicate hit to see if he can't get more points and finish this fight with a knockout. And Jose's pushing Stigian slowly but surely towards the pit. Stigian's taking a ride on Air Jose. Stigian actually manages to get a hit in on Jose, but it doesn't seem to do much as we're halfway through this fight. Jose manages to work his way completely around the back. He's now going for that thin armor panel, trying to break through and get a knockout. But with only 30 seconds left, some weapon is slowly but surely spinning down in there. Sounds like they're running out of battery, if anything. Nice another hit there from Jose onto Stigian. And it looks like Stigian might be out of battery. And they're going to have to get counted out. Your winner, despite falling apart in the last second, is Jose.
Check my work. I think I'm fine.
I told him what to do. Yeah, I worked for this educational fair that he was a high school worker. So it was a fun, oh yeah, worlds collide.
Yeah, we're good. All right, audience, the time is upon us. We are entering into our 3-pound single elimination tournament. All of these seeding fights have been carefully calculated in a spreadsheet. And with our first seed, we have Basics. Basics will be going up against our 16th seed, Master Controlbot. Unlike a series of seeding fights, whoever wins stays in the tournament for eventual victory, and if you lose, you are done. There will be some amount of grudge fights as we go along, as we need to fill some dead air, but for all of our competitors, this is it. We're going to speed this along, so audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! This Controlbot against the wall. Basics is going to make him pay for that. Basics goes straight through him and into the pit. Master Controlbot looking a little hesitant after that, figuring out where Basics is coming from. Both these robots very fast pit. Basics comes right out and right where he needs to be. That pit is working for Basics right now, making the target exactly where he wants, but MCB has it turned around, and Basics is now pinned against the wall. Basics flips and into the pit again. Both these robots trying to drive across each other and get a nice, powerful hit. But all it ends in is Basics back in the pit, and he comes out and he's rallied great. MCB is up on the wall, and there's not a whole lot he can do. Basics now driving through him, trying to take him to the other wall, but he doesn't quite catch. Fantastic hit there from Basics. And parts are starting to chunk off of MCB. Basics is doing a better job of correcting and not driving through quite as hard. Playing a little more cautious game, but with MCB on top of him, he doesn't want to overheat his weapon. Basics is now changing the formula from fast drive and slow weapon to fast weapon and slow drive. And we are seeing the hits to really indicate that as we're starting to get into the last minute of this fight. It looks like some pop rivets on the bottom of MCB are popped out, so if he gets stuck on the other side, he might be unable to drive. He's in the pit and he's looking a little drunk. That top plate is cracked, those forks are chewed up, and Basics just keeps on coming. Basics pulling back, getting that weapon back up to speed before he goes on his final assault. Not sure what strategy MCB has here. He's keep drilling his face into the relentless drum of Basics. And Basics is taking all those opportunities. He's continuing to find more parts to rip off of MCB and send into the ceiling. And the points don't matter here. You either win or lose when you come to the end. And with a fantastic combo hit, 3 in a row right at the end, your winner and advancing is Basics. Returning to the arena, over in the red square, we've got Crumple Stiltskin straight off of a very sticky but dominating win against Trick or Beater. He's going to be going against Sasquatch. Sasquatch has found new life from taking a bunch of spare parts that I brought to this event and bolting them onto his robot. He's now decided to go even harder. He's got random forks bolted to the top of his robot and the sides, trying to serve as armor to keep the danger of Crumple Stiltskin away. Both of our robots are ready to go, so audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots trying to grapple for position, and they both end up in the pit right off the start.
Oh no, something broke.
Catastrophic hit right off the go, and it looks like all those extra forks that Sasquatch added have gotten him high-centered and stuck on himself. He may have forked a little too close to the sun. Crumple Stiltskin, finally gets him right, Pit. And his four wheels are back on the ground, but Crumple Stiltskin's gonna make him pay and go straight in for that top armor. Crumple Stiltskin can't make it quite as far through that 70-75 aluminum as he might like, but he's gonna give it another try. But these robots have simply too many forks that they're locked up into each other. So the armor on top of Sasquatch is only taped on, so it would be very funny if Crumple Stiltskin could cut that tape. Another great turn there from Crumple Stiltskin as he goes right back into that top section of Sasquatch. He's now got an angle on the side, and he has cut the tape off of the weapon. That is the last top armor that Sasquatch has as we are halfway through this fight.
Is that just a disc? Oh my goodness. I think he's,
Sasquatch is now jammed up on his forks again. Crumple Stiltskin isn't going to let him die like that, as he ends up back into the pit. He's found one of Sasquatch's forks down there. He takes him right to the corner, and he's going to try to take more of those forks off. Both these robots right on the edge of the pit as they gently slide in. Sasquatch, once again, is very stuck on all of his forks. With 30 seconds left, Crumple Stiltskin's going to give him one more fly at the pit, but that might be the end of Sasquatch. Crumple Stiltskin doesn't want it to be, but man, those forks are stuck in places that nobody expected.
reached levels of stupidity previously not thought possible.
And that's the end of this fight. Your winner, advancing on, is Crumple Stiltskin, who will be facing Basics in the next round. We're now closing the doors on our number 5 seed and dominating Controlbot, Jackaloupe. Jackaloupe's going to give a quick little try of the arena floor. See where they're getting hung up on cracks. They're going to be going up against the number 12 seed, Mooncake. Mooncake's been very bouncy, very random, very unpredictable. Both these robots are ready, so let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Jackaloupe's off to a good start, but it doesn't matter because Mooncake is just going to start flailing around the arena and not making any sense. Mooncake's going a little too strong with their weapon, which is spinning up their robot more than it is their weapon. As Jackaloupe tries to play a slow but steady game. It looks like Jackaloupe has lost their main weapon, but that's not going to necessarily lose them the fight. They still have their lifter, and they still have a very powerful drive system. And Jackaloupe uses that lifter to great effect to get Mooncake directly into the pit. And again. Jackaloupe is not going to let Mooncake leave the pit. We're now getting to the aggressive tapping section, in addition to the rotating. Jackaloupe has successfully thrown the ring into the fire. Minute 45 left on this. It looks like we might not have weapons from either of these robots, but Jackaloupe does have the lifting stick, which gives them just an inherent advantage going against a robot that has no edges, no lifters, and too much ground clearance. Jackaloupe is slowly but surely asking the question, heads or tails? Call it.
The answer is fries.
Jackaloupe has skewered Mooncake.
Shut him off.
Jackaloupe's drive is hesitating just a little bit, but they are keeping up the aggressive force on Mooncake, and now they're going to very humiliatingly back into them. We flipped Mooncake for the umpteenth time, but that one's on them. Jackaloupe had nothing to do with that one. Mooncake has realized that they cannot get insulted by Jackaloupe by hiding in the pit. With 20 seconds left and reverting to the aggressive tapping. Three, two. And with the ultimate fake-out maneuver, your winner by judge's decision is Jackaloupe. We have a treat especial for you again as Little Man returns to the arena to once again face down a bike rack. Being Supreme is going to see if their bag crack reigns supreme, or if it's just going to be another thing for this huge type robot to chew on.
Play this?
We're going to have a quick little pause here. Over in the green square, we have Little Man with a deeply destructive blade. He'll be going up against the bike rack of Being Supreme. 3 minutes on the clock. Everybody help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Looks like the bike rack is off to a bad start, getting grabbed and tossed by Little Man. But there's a little bit of a return as that bike rack is getting shoved in between the two wheels and locking that weapon shut. Not a whole lot of big, high-impact damage coming from either of these robots. Got a powerful lift there coming from Being Supreme. Still not seeing as much damage coming out of Little Man as we might like to. Although that weapon is starting to make noise now. Looks like there's a nice bend going on in that bike rack, but it's still cohesive and it's still together. First hit of the match. Little Man pits himself. Little Man finally starting to get some chunks off of Being Supreme with that fast spinning weapon, but ends up in the pit again. Another quick little easy hit onto the bike rack that seems to slowly but surely start to be falling apart. As we're halfway through this fight, not a very decisive fight either way. We've had some mild damage coming from Little Man, and some okay control coming from Being Supreme. Little Man spins his weapon up just in time to hide in the pit. The final minute here, really looking for something very impressive from either of these competitors. Finally, a good hit there from Little Man, bending one of those rods. Being Supreme seems to be twerking. Both robots in the pit. Little Man spinning up again, but still not showing that anger that we saw for the middle section of the fight. All right, and that's the end of the fight. All right, audience, I'm going to need your help with this one. With the giant white wheels and the blue body, we've got Little Man, and in purple, we've got Being Supreme. I want you to cheer for whichever robot you thought won that fight. So first up, I want you to cheer if you thought your winner was Little Man. And I want you to cheer if you thought that your winner was Being Supreme. That has it. Your winner and going on to face Jackaloupe is Being Supreme.
huge at home.
Hydra huge at home. For our next fight, we are facing off the dangerous horizontal spinner of Caldera against the very dynamic Sibling Rivalries. Sibling Rivalries actually outranks Caldera with their seeding fights, having a lot of very interesting and creative wins. And while the vertical spinning drum of Sibling Rivalries has always made a lot of noise, it hasn't necessarily done a whole lot of damage. The lifter component usually brings a little bit more of the creative sportsmanship into the match. Orange team, good. Okay, all three robots ready to go. Audience on the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Caldera getting up to speed. He's going to have to contend with that dangerous wedge of Sibling Rivalries, unless it's in the pit. Fantastic hit there from the vertical spinner of Sibling Rivalries. Sending Caldera, a robot that weighs twice as much as it, nearly into the ceiling. Both these robots working very well in tandem to try to neutralize the threat of Caldera. Caldera bouncing across the walls, one of Sibling Rivalries stuck in it. Caldera goes into the pit but jumps right back out. The wedge portion of Sibling Rivalries is doing a great job of keeping Caldera off balance and trying to get that weapon to hit anything except its sibling robot. But it fails and it gets a bit of the wheel armor off of the vertical spinner. Vertical spinner of Sibling Rivalries is upside down, not a great place. And another cheeky hit in from Caldera. Caldera is back in the pit again. But that weapon just keeps ticking. Gets another fantastic hit on one of Sibling Rivalries, and another wheel guard gone too. Vertical spinner gets thrown clean across the arena. The wedge half of Sibling Rivalries seems to be in trouble, but that doesn't matter because the vertical spinner part has avenged him. Caldera is now stuck up on the wall. And with that, we have a knockout on Caldera. Wait. We have a knockout on Caldera.
Oh, my bad. I misheard you.
We have a knockout on Caldera, and your winner is Sibling Rivalries.
I misheard you. Can you control see that, please? You messed up my... bracket.
This is my bracket.
Oh, that's rough. I think he would have won the JD.
Yeah, Sibling Rivalry started really strong.
Yeah, he gained momentum massively. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Entering into the arena in green, it's the undercutter of Ora Boros. He lost that undercutter in the last match, but it looks like he's got it bolted back on. He'll be going up against Division, who's still showing some battle scars from the last undercutter that he had to fight. Ora Boros is going to go camouflage himself into his square while we're waiting for Seth to set up his camera. But he gets his robot nice and tossed across the arena and to the red square. 3 minutes on the clock, both these competitors ready. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Fantastic noise there from the start. Unclear if either of these robots saw any damage from that hit. They're both going for the big knockout. It looks like we've got an early advantage from Ora Boros. As they both descend into the depths of the pit and then rocket jump their way out. Huge hit there, shaking our floor like a drum. The disc might be down on Ora Boros, but Division is still going very strong. Even if he's a little not planted. Ora Boros' weapon is still down. That horrific screaming is coming from Division, who's really trying to get that knockout hit. Ora Boros' big, gunny TPU sides are going to try to absorb all that damage, though. And with that high speed, Division is very hard to drive and very hard to turn. Division continues to be off kilter while Ora Boros is playing a very strong control game. But Ora Boros ends up in the pit. Division tries to chase after him, but doesn't quite make it. Ora Boros is high-centered on something, but he's free now. Ora Boros takes Division into the pit. Everybody comes out and back in. Division tries to charge Ora Boros fresh out. He's going in for the top rate. If Ora Boros isn't careful, this could go very badly for him. He's got to now disengage that pin. Division goes flying. Division does a very dynamic move before going into the pit. He's still coming out hot and angry, trying to get that kill shot in on Ora Boros. But that weapon is slowly spinning down. Ora Boros still keeping up the control, and it sounds like that weapon on Division might be gone. He did a quick little spin at the end. And that's the end of the fight. Let's give a round of applause for both of these robots. Your winner by judge's decision is Ora Boros. He'll be going up against Sibling Rivalries.
Yeah, I mean,
Control.
and the weapon went, both the weapons were down at the end.
Yeah.
This division had really taken it.
What you did to my bolt, by the way. I'm not sure I'm getting that wrong. I thought you won, honestly, because I figured because my weapon died, you would won. I couldn't do much. No, I think my weapon died. Oh, really? Damn. Yeah, I don't know what happened. We had that hit, and then they just stopped. Oh, I see.
Two massive vertical spinners now coming into the arena. It would appear as with B-Roll, he has run out of black wheels and has resorted to using Sharpies to color one of his yellow wheels black. We've got two very crazy and unstable robots here, so this should be a very exciting vertical on vertical fight. If B-Roll can make it to his square. There we go. 3 minutes on the clock, these robots are ready. Help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots immediately up to speed, but not maxing it out quite yet. Prince doing a great job of taking B-Roll to the wall. Good hit there from Prince on B-Roll. Both these robots going out of their way to try to chew up our arena, and there's our first big hit. Prince throwing B-Roll almost up to the ceiling. Prince is now in the pit, somersaults his way out of it. Prince's blade is simply too big for B-Roll to drive over the top of him. But still, neither of these robots showing any sign of slowing down yet. Prince showing a lot of control and a lot of delicateness, but gets stuck in the wall for just a second. B-Roll takes a flight across the arena, courtesy of the pit, while Prince keeps up the force on him. He rolls around the backside of Prince, but really doesn't capitalize on it. Prince turns it around and smacks him right in the middle. B-Roll's starting to slow down. Halfway through this fight, Prince also isn't moving, but he could be waiting.
Sad roll.
B-Roll's really slowed down. And we got one more giant hit there. And that is the end of B-Roll. Let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors, but especially for B-Roll. Your winner in advancing is Prince. For our final round of 16 for 3-pound class, we're going to have Power of Friendship against Grim Ripper. Power of Friendship have adopted their anti-horizontal spinner wedges, while Grim Ripper keeps up his black conical armor. All these robots are ready, so let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Grim Ripper looks like he's put on some extra armor on the top. That doesn't help him from falling into the pit. Fantastic hit on one of the Power of Friendship, who also ends up in the pit. Fantastically loud hits going on. Power of Friendship is really doing a great job of controlling Grim Ripper and keeping him in the pit. Grim Ripper's going to use that weapon to try to ollie his way out. Grim Ripper testing both of those wedges.
They can flip up.
Trying to see if he can't break one of them off and start getting to the nice chewy TPU underneath. Grim Ripper rides straight up the wedges of one of the Power of Friendships and takes a shot at his neck, almost severing it. And the Power of Friendship manages to get in with at least one drill bit. Let's see if it does any damage. The other Power of Friendship coming around the back. Doesn't seem to be spinning even if it can poke and check. Halfway through this fight, none of these robots showing any sign of slowing down. But Grim Ripper showing a lot of signs of really enjoying the pit. All these robots trying to jockey for a good angle in the middle. Grim Ripper goes right up the wedge again to try to take another shot at the neck. Doesn't get too far. Power of Friendship ends up in the pit. One of the Power of Friendships manages to stall out the weapon, and he goes in with the drill. They're both drilling Grim Ripper at the same time. They need to release the pin, and they release it directly into the pit. "30 seconds left in this fight. Wonderful hit there from Grim Ripper, severing a bunch of wires in one of the Power of Friendships, but isn't enough. And that's the end of the fight. Audience, we need your help again. All right, we've got the multi-bot in orange and blue of the Power of Friendship, and in black, we've got Grim Ripper. I want you to cheer for the robot that you think won. So, who thinks that your winner was Grim Ripper? And who thinks your winner was the Power of Friendship? Your winner, and going on to face prints, is the Power of Friendship. We're into our quarterfinals for our 1 pound plastic ant-weight fight with our number 1 seed Hierophant over in the green square going up against our number 8 seed Flamboyant Cuddles. 2 minutes are on the clock for this fight. All these robots are giving me a thumbs up, so let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! With these robots spinning up, Flamboyant Cuddles gets underneath Hierophant at the start, but not a huge hit. Hierophant gets a good angle on the back, but still goes in for the front. Both these robots very close to me. Flamboyant Cuddles upside down, as usual. Flamboyant Cuddles having a bit of a rough time trying to get off of the platform. Another big hit there from Hierophant. Flamboyant Cuddles is straight in for the back. Wonderful rally and hit into Hierophant. Hierophant still going for these fantastic angles at the sides of Flamboyant Cuddles. Lots of weird noises coming out of the box right now. Unclear if the weapons are spinning up or down. As both these robots move into the corner to try to shove the other into the wall. Flamboyant Cuddles is upside down once again. And Hierophant is stuck in the wall once again. Great hit there from Hierophant, but still not cracking the shell of Flamboyant Cuddles. Both these weapons still going strong in the last 30 seconds, although Hierophant just shut off their weapon and then drove into the pit. Unclear if this is intentional or something has broken. Flamboyant Cuddles is very stuck upside down. But that's okay, they can always just drive right back into the pit, and they are back live again. Unclear what's going on with the weapon of Hierophant. But that is the end of your fight. Your winner by judge's decision is Hierophant.
Aaron, the bathroom, very quick.
Brandon, does Fred need me to hop in?
He should be quick. If not, yeah, we'll swap.
Okay.
Now in the arena, we've got the twin drums of Orangey and Red Panda. Hopefully their colors should speak for themselves, and with 2 minutes on the clock, let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these drums are getting up to speed, but Red Panda decides that he wants to take a detour to the pit. Orangey goes straight forward and rips one of Red Panda's forks off. He still has one left. But Orangey's got a good angle for getting the other one before nudging Red Panda right back into the pit.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Both these robots trying to get a good angle on each other. Orangey succeeding in getting on the underside of Red Panda. But Red Panda still using his bigger size to bully Orangey all the way into the corner. Red Panda upside down, not a place he wants to be, but he manages to right it real quick. Orangey is on a very good rally, pushing Red Panda upside down and then taking him to the wall. Getting into the corner, which is a dangerous place, and that drum has stopped spinning on Red Panda. It looks like that top plate of Red Panda is very cracked and very broken. Orangey has dished out simply too much punishment. That other front fork is also starting to crack. A couple more good hits and Orangey might be able to split Red Panda in half. 40 seconds left in this fight. Orangey still going strong, but Red Panda doesn't have a whole lot left. No wedge, no drum. Orangey taking Red Panda to the wall. Red Panda escaping both these spots, trying to get a good angle. Orangey getting the remaining fork off of Red Panda. Little bits of plastic flying all around this arena. Another good hit with 10 seconds left. And that's the end of this fight. Your winner and going to the semifinals is Orangey.
When you first saw Halo, blinded.
Now entering the arena. Over in the red square, we've got PUNCH. Punches our number 2 seed, who'll be going up against Colon 3, who's over in the green square. These are remarkably similar robots, being 2-wheel drive vertical spinners with front forks, but they've both done dramatically different densities and materials on their plastic antweights. Two minutes on the clock. Both these robots are ready. Let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots hesitating but getting up to speed. Their weapons are screaming as they're locked in the corner near to the pit. The pit can be a lot more effective on these smaller weight classes. Slowly but surely, they're inching their way out of there. It looks like we might have lost a fork on Punch. While Colon 3 is upside down, they're still using the chance of Punch stuck in the wall to get in a couple of few hits. If Punch doesn't manage to get free soon, we might have to start counting them out. But Colon 3 has hit them, knocked off their fork, and gotten them back in the fight. Colon 3 is still upside down. But parts are starting to come off of Punch. halfway through the fight. Punch with better positioning, but Cullen 3 still has more parts attached to it than it started with. Great hit there from Punch. Let's see if they can follow it up. Both of these robots locked on each other's cheeks, trying to get through the wedges and into the nice, succulent robot. And now Punch is in the corner. Punch is in serious trouble if they can't get out here in the last 30 seconds of this match. Punch manages to free himself. Without much of a wedge action, this is a hard fight to win. Punch's weapon is slowly spinning down as we get into our last 10 seconds. And that's the fight. Your winner by judge's decision is Cullen 3.
No pitting that.
Disconnecting and reconnecting the transmitter. I was having issues with the power switch, and I thought I fixed it, but I did not.
The damage to these robots is starting to build up as we get closer and closer to the end. It's been a long day of fighting for all of them. These plastic ant weights have gone through 3 fights each already. And their tiny plastic frames have been cracked, hot glued together, then cracked again. EP needed a postponement on this last fight, and we're going to try to accommodate them. As Metamoon, looks like she briefly had transmitter issues, but we are back in the game. Everybody's good to go, so let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! EP is hot off the first square with those long forks. Once again, EP gets stuck into a wall. Not a great position for him to be. Metamoon going right up those forks. Both these robots painfully locked together. Let's see if either of them can get enough traction to shove one to the wall. They break away. Metamoon goes into a corner. And EP comes in right for the kill on the backside before getting stuck in the wall themselves. They managed to get free just at the last minute. Nice weapon hit there. Metamoon made the first one, but EP got the second. Metamoon's now with their back against the wall, not where they want to be, but they're still short, and those forks of EP can get stuck in the wall even now. That's a great, devastating hit. The armor has gotten ripped off of Metamoon, but once again, EP is stuck in the wall. You would think he would have shorter forks at some point. The right side wheel of EP is starting to show some wear. The drum was spinning down on Metamoon, but it's back up. EP's around the backside. There's not a whole lot of armor there. That top panel is starting to come off. Metamoon upside down drives directly into EP's weapon for a giant hit. With 30 seconds left, is either of these robots going to get the knockout? Fantastic hit there. With all the side armor off of Metamoon, but she's still going. Eepy's right side tire still looking like it's about to fall off at any second. With 10 seconds left and maybe one big hit left in this match, who's going to come out on top of it? And there we have it. Your winner by judge's decision is Eepy.
I love plastic athletes.
Coming into our 3-pounder semifinals. Quarterfinal match. Winner of this is going on to the semifinals. We've got our number 1 seed Basics going up against our number 8 seed Crumple Stiltskin. Basics is fresh off of its very strong win against Master Controlbot, whereas Crumple Stiltskin had quite a creative ordeal going up against the many-forked Sasquatch. Basics only has gone back to basics and has 2 forks. We'll see how well Crumple Stiltskin can deal with that. Doors are locked and both of these 3-pound robots seem to be ready for a fight. Thumbs up all around. Let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Fantastically loud hit right off the bat, but it seems like Crumple Stiltskin has been utilizing his low forks to turn Basics' weapon against him, sending him directly into the ceiling. Crumple Stiltskin showing a dominating amount of control here. But Basics gets the better of that last hit. Basics increasing the speed of his weapon. And it's to good effect, tossing Crumple Stiltskin straight into the air. And again. Basics is quickly learning all of the tricks that Crumple Stiltskin was using at the start of the match, and is now going for corner angles to try to pop him up in the air and start ripping parts off of that robot. These 2 robots were stuck together very briefly. We have flipped Basics like a pancake. Not the place that he wants to be, but he can self-right using his gyroscopic procession. But Crumple Stiltskin's going to come in with that hammer saw blade first. Gonna give these robots a couple seconds to try to free themselves. down. I've got it.
Okay, alright, never mind. Have fun.
And these two robots have just barely managed to get free at the halfway mark. Basics is upside down, exposing his soft carbon fiber underbelly. And really, he wants that powerful steel top. As Crumple Stiltskin goes in for another shot, he shreds something, and smoke has come out of one of these robots.
I think that was out of me. Yeah, it was. We're gonna need to free this.
These two robots have gotten entangled to each other once again. We're going to pause the match and briefly try to disentangle them. It looks like the weapon of Basics completely shredded one of the gummy rubber forks on Crumple Stiltskin and wound him around it like a bobbin of thread. These robots are thoroughly entangled with each other. As we slowly but surely try to unravel them from each other. There we go.
No worries, you're good.
All right, and with 1 minute left in this match, this fight will resume in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Crumple Stiltskin immediately on the pin again, and one of his wheels has come off. Basics is back in the pit. It looks like Basics might be down a drive side as well, as Crumple Stiltskin tries to pivot over to get the last few hits in on Basics. Basics is now upside down and not moving. This is not where he wants to be. Basics is down a weapon. Crumple Stiltskin still has his arm and a wheel.
Yeah.
But with 10 seconds left in this fight, we do get one last final hit.
3, 2, 1.
And let's give a round of applause for both of these fantastic robots, but especially for your winner, Crumple Stiltskin.
Ora Boros requesting.
Let's see.
Did I kill Bella? I think so. No, probably.
Returning to the arena, we've got the very two good control bots in Jackaloupe and Bean Supreme. Jackaloupe featuring a vertical spinner that seems to have a bad habit of going down, but that doesn't stop them from using their lifter to control the other robots. Bean Supreme has been creative with their front attachments on the robot, also using it to a lot of good effect to control their opponents. Both these robots are in their starting squares. 3 minutes on the clock. Let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Jackaloupe is spinning up. These forks are getting jammed right in the middle. Jackaloupe's gyroscopic instability seems to be a disadvantage this early in the match, but we're not seeing too much super good aggression from Bean Supreme. And there it is, Bean Supreme using that fork to jam up Jackaloupe and shove them in the corner. Nice hit there from the vertical spinner of Jackaloupe, but now their forks are stuck in the wall. They managed to pirouette their way out, and it's back to driving fast. A couple of cheeky flips from Jackaloupe. Really using that weapon to control Bean Supreme as much as they can. Still no use of the pit yet. That weapon on Jackaloupe is starting to show off a lot of the steel and titanium armor plates that are secretly embedded in Bean Supreme. It's not just all gummy 3D printed parts. Jackaloupe on a very strong rally here. Completely controlling Bean Supreme. Bean Supreme has to figure out some way to turn this around. Another great run to the wall there from Jackaloupe as they start working Bean Supreme over to the pit, but they pull out just at the last second before putting themselves in. Bean Supreme backs directly into the weapon of Jackaloupe. Definitely not their preferred option. Jackaloupe takes him into the pit again. Jackaloupe on another good rally, taking Bean Supreme all the way to the wall. We had a brief little bit of that fork versus fork jam up, but those articulated forks of Jackaloupe are really proving their worth in that situation. A little less than a minute left in this fight. Jackaloupe almost going into the pit, but manages to pirouette the way out of it. Both these robots trying to figure out what to do for the last 30 seconds of this fight. Jackaloupe gets Bean Supreme up against the wall, but they're able to come right back down. Bean Supreme finally gets a good angle on Jackaloupe, but they can just pirouette away, using the gyroscopic force as their advantage. Another good pin there from Bean Supreme, but they counteracted by just going straight into the pit. Jackaloupe misses the pit, comes straight over to Bean Supreme, another good hit. With 5 seconds left in this fight, Bean Supreme runs away to hide in the pit. And your winner by judges' decision is Jackaloupe. They'll be going up against Crumple Stiltskin in the next round. I don't have thoughts. I do think Sasquatch deserves.
robot did an incredible job of coming back from being completely destroyed, using parts that were not robot parts to put on their robot and then win fights. Congratulations to Sasquatch. Well, if anyone knows where he is, he's not gone. He'll be coming to us.
Once again, swapping their colors, we've got Sibling Rivalries in orange going over to the green square, and Ora Boros in green going over to the red square. Sibling Rivalries taking a similar approach to their previous fight against Caldera, where they're using the large wedge robot, and they're going to use it to try to control Ora Boros in this fight. Julian? All right, they're ready. Let's get this fight started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Boros is up to speed. Something's sounding a little off and a little crunchy with it. Finally, a little bit of friendly fire coming in from the siblings as the vertical takes the wedge for a ride. That blade of Ora Boros is looking very dangerous today, getting lots of little bits out of that wedge. Huge hit there, coming from the vertical, throwing Ora Boros clean into the sky, and he doubles it up with a second one. Both robots thrown to completely opposite sides of the arena there, but they're not stopping or slowing down. Impressive considering that the Sibling Rivalries are only half the weight of Ora Boros, so they're able to put up that much power. The vertical on Sibling Rivalries is still upside down. He hops directly over Ora Boros, but without hitting him, while the wedge continues to go on a mission of control. It looks like that one half of Sibling Rivalries can't actually function the right way up, and he is stuck in the thing position. Ora Boros once again going for some good control and gets both the robots in the pit. The weapon on the vertical spinner of Sibling Rivalries does not seem to work if the robot is right side up. He's upside down now. Let's see if he can bring it back, and he can. Using it to jump on top of Ora Boros. Ora Boros is taking him to the wall and making him pay for that. Ora Boros and the wedge on Sibling Rivalries keep trying to chew on each other, and no one's getting particularly far, but we always have the chaos element of the vertical spinner to careen in out of nowhere. That last remaining horn on the underside of Sibling Rivalries is barely hanging on as it continues to get chewed up by Ora Boros as we go into our last minute here. Sibling Rivalries starting to actually work together. The wedge has a good shove on Ora Boros, getting him into the wall, and he's got him pinned there. Not too much good effect from the vertical, though. You can only hold that pin for 10 seconds before he has to release. Ora Boros' weapon has spun down. It's unclear if it's broken or if it's strategic. We get another pin going into the last 10 seconds of this fight. While they both end up in the pit.
There's weapons over. Ora Boros, can you drive? Can you drive?
Bound up, I don't know.
Your winner by carefully considered judge's decision, which we will gladly talk about more, is Sibling Rivalries. We're going to take a quick detour back to our plastic ant weights with Orangey and Colon 3. This is a semi-final round. The winner of this fight is going to the finals for the 1 pound weight class. Both these robots are ready. 2 minutes on the clock.
Brandon, pit.
Audience, have a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these very angry vertical spinners are up to speed, making a whole lot of noise. Trying to find a good angle. Looks like Orangey has a good start on it. Taking Colon 3 over to the wall. Neither of these robots getting that big decisive hit, but definitely an overwhelming bias towards Orangey for the control. As they break apart and they come back together again, Orangey keeps this lead up. Little hits, popping Colon 3 up into the air. Minor rally coming from Orangey. Gets along to the side, but not through the armor of Colon 3. Orangey briefly hung up on something on the floor, but he's still driving fantastically. Orangey almost gets stuck in the wall, but manages to pull it out at the last second and keep going weapon to weapon against Colon 3. Colon 3 showing a lot of really good control here. These robots are orbiting very close to the pit. Almost went in for Orangey. Now looking at some faster swoops in for each other. These can be risky and leave you running into the wall or the pit. But somebody's got to get a decent amount of damage, and Orangey gets Colon 3 into the pit. Colon 3 comes out right side up. It's something that they've struggled with this entire competition. But with 30 seconds left, Colon 3 is stuck in the wall and has to spin their weapon down. Let's see if it comes back, and it does. Whereas Orangey keeps that pressure on. Nice hit from Colon 3. With 10 seconds left, is it going to be enough? As Colon 3 goes back into the pit and comes out upside down with 2 seconds left. That's the end of this fight. And your winner is Orangey. That was a great fight. Let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors there. That's the kind of fight that we want to see. And we return to the 3-pound weight class with the Power of Friendship going up against Prince. The Power of Friendship being a robot that the more damage it takes, the more personality it gets. Prince featuring these very long forks, as well as anti-vertical spinner armor. We'll see if that is really necessary going up against the drills with the Power of Friendship. We got 3 very fast robots here, so this is going to be a little bit of a crazy and hard to follow fight. These robots are ready, so let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Power of Friendship hot directly into the weapon of Prince, and Prince is going to reward them with a free trip up to the moon. The other one goes into the pit. All 3 of these robots having their very long forks get dangerously close to the pit. Prince is in a corner, not a place they want to be, and now they're getting pinned. While all 3 are in the pit. Prince is locked with one of the Power of Friendship, and 2 is too many. One of the drill bits has gotten knocked off of the Power of Friendship. Let's see if he can get the other one too. And he does. Prince has one of the friends on either side. They're a little anxious about going in for the peck up against that giant angry spinning blade, so they take Prince to the wall. Prince doesn't feel anything and keeps coming back right at them. Both the robots have Prince completely under the control with the wheels off the ground right now. Prince gets free and really has to go in and start murdering one of the friends. And they get a very good hit on one of them. But now, Prince is stuck in the corner and getting aggressively pecked by both of them. Lower the pit, get stuck in there. Bit of a robot explosion here as we cast everybody up in the air. Prince is stuck on the wall. The Power of Friendship could knock them down if they wanted to, but if they don't, This could be a knockout. And unfortunately for Prince, that's a knockout. Your winner and going up to face Sibling Rivalries is the power of friendship.
No, I didn't.
You sprayed glue on that one. When we weren't watching.
I went in there and I just really rubbed it.
So I've heard.
Alright. Oh god, that was tough. Alright, just looking at it, what's the name you notice?
I just need a new weapon runner, and my top plate is split now.
Alright, fine, I got another one.
Now clocking into the box is two of the better control bots that we've seen at this mass destruction of Jackaloupe and Crumple Stiltskin. Both of these robots featuring a lifting or hammer element in addition to a smaller spinning disc. They've both had very dominating performances today. Crumple Stiltskin is now putting on a custom set of forks to try to keep Jackaloupe away. Jackaloupe just drove forward and then got stuck on the floor. That's never a good sign. But they're free. Hopefully that's not a bad omen. And somewhat ironically, Crumple Stiltskin just turned off. Yeah, and then they turned off. We're gonna
He's on again.
power cycle him really quickly.
Crank your thing down.
Weapon lock.
Weapon lock and then crank his switch.
We're gonna get Crumple Stiltskin to safety real quick, and he is going.
You can't say that shit well enough.
He's gonna turn it off and back on again. The age-old IT solution to all of life's problems.
So I've been going through, I listened to the animation right by the way, it's kind of this is currently fine. It's the same case, it's the same note, with it all, it's the same exact note.
Both these robots are ready. Audience, please have a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Almost immediate flip up of Jackaloupe there, and the arm of Crumple Stiltskin has gotten very jammed, but not in the usual way into the arm. Let's see if these robots can separate from each other. They're curiously stuck. We're going to give them a little bit of pit action, and that seemed to fix everything.
I like the pit at the end.
It's worked like 3 different times.
Jackaloupe runs away into the pit, but now here comes that very angry, dangerous weapon of Crumple Stiltskin just chipping away at the front. They does not care that they're in the pit. Both these robots back on good stable ground. Let's see how long that lasts for. Not very long at all. Jackaloupe is welcome to come back out, and they are also welcome to bring Crumple Stiltskin in with them. Both these robots separating, but Jackaloupe does not seem to be rotating its tires. Crumple Stiltskin going very hard on the sides of Jackaloupe. It looks like it's cut all of the belts off of Jackaloupe. I'm not seeing any movement from Jackaloupe except into the pit. Well, Jackaloupe's drive is back, but Crumple Stiltskin is really starting to bring the pain in the second half of this match.
Zach, can you give this kid a shove? Perfect.
Crumple Stiltskin is once again locked up in Jackaloupe. Are you stuck?
Is this a stick?
All right, we're gonna pause the match real quick for an unstick. I'm not really sure how you two are stuck together. All right, they are unstuck, and we are going to resume this match in...
Double knockout?
Oh no,
Crumple, Stiltskin, do you have anything? This is highly unusual, but your winner by either knockout or judge's decision, y'all are welcome to come discuss it with me, is Jackaloupe.
That was odd. Alright, now you can shut your weapon off. Alright.
Uno reverse card.
Uno reverse off switch. I recommend you turn your robots on.
For the duration of the match.
I'll send the two twins if they're ready.
For your last semi-final plastic ant weight fight, we are going to have Epi versus Hierophant. The winner of this fight is going to be going up against Orangey in the finals for the first place position. These robots are ready. I have 2 minutes on the clock. Let's start this fight in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Hierophant having a little bit of difficulty spinning up their weapon. Epi can't say quite the same. Still, Epi has had issues getting stuck in the walls before. And who knows, maybe Hierophant will start working halfway through. Hierophant's weapon continues to not the place they want to be in this fight. But these robots jam together against the wall. And still not showing a whole lot of control, and especially not damage. Hierophant is in the pit yet again. Epi feints and makes them drive themselves in. Another good hit there from Epi. Hierophant's very in the corner, not the place Epi wants them to be. Also, that right wheel is starting to look a little goofy on Epi. Hopefully they can keep it in for the next 40 seconds of this match. Hierophant getting a good shove in on EP. That weapon still trying its hardest to spin. Both robots in the pit. We'll give them a quick separate. "20 seconds left in this fight. Both of these robots burning rubber, trying to shove the other one. Hierophant in and out of the pit yet again. And that's the end of the match. Your winner, moving on to the finals against Orangey, is EP. Audience, it's the time you've been waiting for. Not only are we in the 3-pound semifinals, we have a treat especial for you, a proper 2-on-2. It is happening. In the green square, featuring a soldering iron and a vertical spinner, we have Sibling Rivalries. In the red square, featuring a pair of drill bits, we have the Power Friendship. These robots are ready to go. Audience, are you ready to see some 2-on-2 robot action? Let's start this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! All the robots running right to the middle of the arena, not really sure what's going on anywhere. One of the Power Friendships is upside down, where that soldering iron is definitely starting to get hot. He still doesn't have an angle to get into the Power Friendship yet. Vertical Spinner is doing a lot of good work on the other brother for the Power Friendship, tossing him clean over the first one. Soldering iron and drill bit are getting in a pecking competition, somewhat indecisively. Two of them are now in the pit. We're going to pull them right back out. Soldering iron Sibling is getting some really nice burning in on the Power of Friendship. Look at that molten plastic coming out. Meanwhile, the vertical spinner continues to tear up his Power of Friendship that he's going after. Vertical spinner breaks apart the two Power of Friendships. Believe it or not, we are only 1 minute into this fight. Power of Friendship and soldering iron are now locked in a do-si-do. Both of them going for an angle. One of them ends up in the pit. They're going to try to tag team the vertical spinner, and they get the two of them sandwiched on top of each other. Friendly fire is happening with this double pin. Vertical spinner spins up, flies up, and rips off one of the heads of the Power of Friendship. All 4 robots are now in the pit. Soldering Iron has really good penetration and is very stuck in one of the Power of Friendships, while the other one is walking around headless. Another fantastic shot there from the Soldering Iron, which is a surprisingly effective weapon. Fantastic suplex from the Soldering Iron. And he's going directly into the tires now of the Power of Friendship. Meanwhile, the headless Friendship and the vertical spinner are locked together. I thought the weapon was down, but it has just come back to life. "25 seconds left in this fight to really show it off for the judges. Everybody piling into the pit is not showing off. Another fantastic penetration there from the Soldering Iron Sibling with 10 seconds left. And that's the end of this fight. Let's give a massive round of applause for all of our competitors. And especially for your winners, Sibling Rivalries. They'll be going up against Jackaloupe in the finals.
I think
Hey, bot fans. There are only 2 fights left in the brackets. The finals in the Plastic Ants and the finals in the Beetles. So now that those robots are all heavily damaged and being fixed, we are going to run some what's called grudge matches, which is for no stakes, just for fun. So what we're going to see first is Haya and Mini Adder.
Where you want to call this?
No, free, you go. I'm gonna go make 2.
Okay.
You're here.
Yep.
Do you know that?
Yeah.
After that, we're doing 2 minutes.
Just don't want to focus
Both
on like.
their first events. Both these 2 robots.
I don't know, I've definitely found them in here personally. It can get really critical.
Right.
But
Alright, everybody, we have the rookie grudge match. Haya and Mini Adder.
the danger is, once again, we cannot have enough people showing up in those fights. That's all it's really ever come down to.
I thought he was just turning it on for like 20 rotations.
What he needs is a Warts or Bolt Revolver Torque Driver.
No. Yes.
Our drivers are preparing, loading up for our first grudge match of the night.
What's going on? It'd be like that sometimes. We have reached that point of the day. Bot surgery.
We are now loaded up and turned on. Drivers are heading to their corners. Our drivers are ready. Audience, let's count them down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both of them getting a little bit of a slow start off of their corners. Mini Adder's weapon spinning up pretty loud there. Looks like they're trying to find that perfect angle here. taking a couple shots at the arena. The arena is not your opponent, and we have a screw missing from someone here. Sure, we will find out after the fight. Oh yeah, Mini Adder's wheel guard has come loose. It's not completely off though. Haya trying to go in for a nice hit to that wheel guard. That other wheel guard broken out. Haya on its back. Oh, bouncing around. Haya's taking some damage against the arena here. Fighting itself. Oh no. And Haya tapped out, taking the grudge match win. We have Mini Adder.
Utterly plastic head.
Loading into the box now, we have our Plastic Ant final between Eepy and Orangey.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Bree. Here we are. End of the day, it is our 1 pound ant weight final. It's been a long day for all these competitors with their tiny little plastic robots, but at the end we have 2, and there can only be 1. So, in the green square with a long series of knockouts and wins, we have Orangey. Orangey, are you ready? Orangey's ready. A little bit of a outside newcomer here with Eepy here in the red square. He's had a lot of very good knockout hits and also getting completely destroyed himself. Eepy, are you ready? He's ready. Audience, are you ready for our 1 pound finals? Please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Eepy off to a very strong start, but still misses Orangey from the word go. He's trying to get those forks in, but that drum on Orangey is a little too low to the ground for that. Manages to get one very good hit there, and it looks like the whole drum on Orangey is completely off balance now. Orangey's back in the game, starting upside down, but it looks like there's a really big gap right in the middle. Eepy's going to gently nudge him back into the pit and let the pit do all the hard fighting for him. Eepy knows that he can't put those forks right into the drum, but he can't get the drum to come out of Orangey. Not even halfway through this fight, and Orangey has taken the most damage that he has all day. Orangey also stunted those front forks, so maybe he's going to have a harder time getting stuck in the wall. Another huge hit there is starting to really take Orangey to pieces. Believe it or not, we are only halfway through this fight. Let's see if Orangey can pull anything out to try to secure the win. EP's taking it nice and gentle now, trying to not do anything dramatic that's going to cause the robot to explode at the last minute. But Orangey does manage to get them stuck a little bit in the wall. EP is going to return the favor by continuing to disassemble Orangey piece by piece. 30 seconds remaining in this fight, and we are running out of parts to rip off of Orangey.
Oh no!
As EP tees up another big hit and gently nudges Orangey right back into the pit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's give both of these robots a fantastic round of applause. And more importantly, let's give a round of applause for our 2025 MassDestruction Plastic Ant Weight First Place winner, EP.
Oh yeah, sure.
So far to the finals. Congratulations to the second place winner in Plastic Ant, Orangey.
No, I want to put my tea bag in it. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Ladies and gentlemen, and everything to either side or in between. This is our final fight of MassDestruction 2025. It has been a very long journey for all three of these robots. Going a very long way through, I can't even count, I'm not even gonna try. Anyways, in your green square, you have Jackaloupe. Jackaloupe, are you ready? Jackaloupe's got the wiggle. Over here in the red square, you have Sibling Rivalries. Sibling Rivalries, are you ready? They're ready. Audience, are you ready to finish this last MassDestruction fight? I also want to go home, so please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Vertical spinner spins up just in time to run into Jackaloupe. Seems like his driving's a little bit iffy, but he comes back. Goes in for a side hit while the lifter is getting jammed up on the forks. Jackaloupe's upside down, but then right side up almost immediately as they play around on top of the vent. Dangerous, weird place to be fighting with weird traction on top of it. Jackaloupe almost goes into the pit, but manages to pull back right at the last second. Goes face to face with the vertical spinner. Vertical spinner a little more hesitant after that. A little bit of friendly fire going on. And he ends up in the pit. Sibling Rivalry is now teaming up really well to get Jackaloupe jammed up in the corner. Good hit from the vertical. Big toss while the wedge gets stuck on the pit edge. We're going to get him out of it real quickly, but in the meantime, these two robots are going one-on-one instead of two-on-one. Nearly 2 minutes left in this fight, and all three of these robots still seem to have a whole lot of fight left to them. Vertical gets a great hit in on Jackaloupe, and then the wedge comes in to seal the deal and get Jackaloupe pinned up against the wall. That disc of Jackaloupe is trying to grind away at the long wedge forks on Sibling Rivalry. It looks like the vertical spinner on Sibling Rivalry is having some start and stop issues, but that doesn't stop him from coming in and do a good rally against Jackaloupe. Jackaloupe's really suffering the attention of both of these robots at the same time right now as they edge closer and closer to the pit. Vertical spinner comes in right as Jackaloupe comes out to go completely destroy that disc. It's still spinning though. All three of these robots starting to hesitate. It looks like Jackaloupe might be down a drive side, but they've just been jammed up with the Sibling Rivalry for so long in that corner. Let's see if these robots can break free or if they want to stay in this knife fight for the final 45 seconds. And they manage to get out into the middle, but Jackaloupe is not driving great right now. Stuck on the forks of Sibling Rivalry. They manage to break away just for a second, but doesn't get very far with it. Vertical spinner is trying to line up for a nice hit. They only get a short, cheeky one. Really don't have the distance. Both these robots do-si-doing. Well, the vertical waits to cut in and gets a little bit of friendly fire there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the fight. Let's give a round of applause not only for these three robots, but for everybody who showed up today. Your judges have had a very, very brief conference, and we would like you to give a grand round of applause for your winner of 2025 MassDestruction, Sibling Rivalry! Once again, keep it going for all of our fantastic competitors today. These are some of the best fights that we've ever seen here at MassDestruction, and we are once again very happy to have all of you here.
Huge round of applause for Jackaloupe for second place.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out, and we will see you next time. We have no idea when that's going to be. We'll let you know.
Oh, maybe. Thank you.